we are back for more Star Rail because we are still catching up to this game.
So,
So we have this never-ending saga of catching up to this long-ass game.
Can you keep going?
Of course.
But we're doing it, you know. It's getting through.
If I knew we had to climb a mountain, I wouldn't have come along with you.
I guess this also counts as one aspect of the world-bearing burden. If Amphorius does have a next life, you may want to get your body in shape.
Keep your sarcasm to yourself.
I'm not getting anything of value from them.
I would sooner throw myself off this cliff and hit rock bottom than exercise even a little.
I did try
Of the eminent seven
Apocalyptic
sages,
Shadow
after
earlier
all.
on this
Training
account.
would make me no different from those
And
Helcalithist barbarians.
I'll be honest, I don't think we got it.
So,
I've cleared it before.
she's one of the seven sages.
It's the Cocolia side, mostly, because I think
The grove?
we're fine
can't be.
on...
I would know her name if she really were one of the seven sages.
What's it called? Pollux.
Hey,
I think we're fine on
Cersei's.
Pollux's side.
Does the name Calypso ring a bell?
But we just can't break Cocolia fast
Cersei's?
enough, I think is the problem. Maybe. Maybe I'll try again. I think the problem is no matter what I do, I can't break one of the two sides
I
fast
can do
enough.
this myself. Looks like I'm nearly there now. The land of the dead.
I think that is the issue. Like, the, putting Evernight on Pollux's side, she's still not finished being built. I would like more of her traces done. Is perfectly fine for damage. Evernight doesn't break very fast. And that's the real challenge of APOC, is like, it's not about doing the damage, because you're going to get that huge damage boost once they lose their toughness bar. It's just about breaking them,
Splendid gods once walked the paths we walk.
you know?
Alas, all that's left of that warmth is a haze.
It's about getting them to the point that you can do damage to them, which isn't as much of a problem for the dot,
Why
but...
are you chanting that too?
The issue, I don't know. I was trying to do it with the Acheron dot key, right? But the problem with it is, my Acheron just doesn't do a lot of damage.
Fine. So,
And
I don't get to ask the Titan my
maybe if
question.
she had a better build, it
All
would
of
be
you
functional.
make for a
But I was just trying to do it because
pleasant
Acheron breaks really fast.
well, then,
No,
let me
maybe I could
uncover
put Fugue
the
on it.
truth.
But I actually kind of wanted Fugue on the other, like Fugue with the two dot characters. But I actually wanted Fugue on the other team
Did I still fail to make it in time?
because
So, I'm back here again.
Evernight can't break. You know what I mean?
This is...
Though I don't think you actually need to break Pollux. I was reading it. I didn't quite understand the mechanics.
I
After
hear
a certain point,
from the depths of the tides.
I think it's more the HP thing,
Behind
right?
the
After a
closed
certain
doors
point,
of the
Polish is
void
broke
world.
anyway.
A voice.
So maybe we don't need it on that
ready
side
to
if I just
tell
play
me
it smarter.
something. This time, the voice is a lot clearer than before.
We're not doing it on stream. I did say in the future we're going to do them on stream, but that was going to be...
Since we've come this far,
That was going to be after we caught up to everything.
Lord Nias and Miss Calypso, are you both here to visit Chaos too?
Yes, and we've been waiting for quite some time now.
Regrettably, he hasn't answered us. The worst case scenario is that he's already been overwhelmed and crushed by the world-bearing burden.
You're overthinking, Lord Nias. I can still sense Chaos' soul in the area. And besides, we both know Gauss's nature. A deliverer like him wouldn't fall so readily, much less give up on all that he holds dear. Isn't that so?
Yes. I have faith in him.
That reminds me. Why are you making this trip alone, Polixia?
Oh, my sister needs more time to make sure the flowers are fine.
Such a pity. Both of you have hearts kinder than anyone else. Yet you are born only to take over Thanatos' divinity.
Everything that I see and hear this time has left me shaken to the core. What may seem like a mundane conversation is in truth a once-in-a-lifetime exchange that has revealed the ultimate answer to Cersei's question. The conjecture has taken shape and must now be solidified into a theorem. Next, I only need to seek verification from Kefali. By doing so, I can answer Cersei's question and reclaim my body. But no, I will not do that. That isn't important. Because another one of my conjectures, one that I have always dreamed of proving, has been proved right this very instant. Fusing a mortal soul with that of a Titan to replace said Titan is not a ludicrous idea after all.
No, it's a pretty ludicrous idea in Axa. Oh wow, we were really close to the end of Anaxa's point of view. Not
Just
close to the end
amazed at
of
how
any
this
amount of
towering
cutscenes
tree
because it
is
just threw us
Cersei's
right
divine
into
body.
Danhong.
It's a majestic sight.
Is that so? You don't look the slightest bit amazed, though. Plus, you seem to be strangely familiar with the city around the Great Tree.
Merely something from the past that I won't go into.
Events of the past, huh? I was also a child when I looked up at Cersei's. Their leaves and branches reflected the sparkling stars. And their trunk was like a pillar that supported the sky and ground. I stood at this very spot back then, imagining the day when I could climb to the top of this tree. Because I would be the closest I can be to the sky at that spot.
You're a sky priest, yet you study at a place that is home to the Reason Titan. That's rather counterintuitive.
Don't read too much into it. I mean, can mortals even hope to reach Aquila's realm?
Apparently so, because we go there later.
Nothing like Cersei's. Reason is willing to share what
It's
is
like an
theirs with
entire
others,
sky
but
fortress.
Sky only expects people to revere them. You get what I'm saying, right, Denny? After all, the Titan that imprisoned you and Grey here in Amphorius is none other than Aquila themselves.
Yes, I didn't count on provoking the ire of a local god.
But there will always be people who dream of soaring towards the sky. The Grove has a wealth of research on Aquila, and that is exactly what we are here for. It's just... I never thought Grey would meet with something like that before we set off. As a physician, I should have been there by his side.
Bad luck tends to come in streaks, so don't beat yourself up over it. Besides, Aglaya needs you here to uncover the truth behind what happened to the Grove. Let's just make the most out of this trip, and keep a lookout for any documents related to the Death Titan. They could be useful to him.
Yeah, there's no rest for the weary, huh? In any case, what we're looking for could be anywhere in this enormous grove. Let's split up to cover more ground. Danny, with your skills, I'm sure those monsters born of the Black Tide will pose no threat to you anyway.
What about you? Will you be alright on your own?
Have you forgotten that you're talking to the chief physician of the Twilight Courtyard? Have more faith in me. I'll be just fine.
The silence in here is near deafening. With the vast amount of knowledge it holds, this academy is akin to a labyrinth of information.
Actually, I remember liking this part a lot, which
Even the
we'll
cleverest
probably
of
see,
scholars would easily lose
I
their
think, in a
way
little
here.
bit. But Hyacinth does
should
like
gather my
impressions
thoughts before
of
heading in.
Anaxa and a couple of the other people throughout the story.
In the myths, Aquila, the Titan,
I
who
kinda
lives
like
over
that
the
about her
domain of the
character.
skies, is a colossal bird that overlooks the world beneath them with 100 eyes. As long as they continue to soar
I wouldn't say
above
they're
the
like
clouds,
super good
the
impressions.
people
They
of
don't sound like the
Amphorius
other
will
actors,
remain
but
trapped under the ground.
that's not the point they're trying to go for.
Hyacinth's
They're trying to go
forebears
for
were
something a little more
priests who
playful.
worshipped Aquila. Nobody is more familiar with the taboos of the Sky Titan than her. Seeing how Aglaya has sent her here as
Which
a
they're
guide,
actually really,
it's
really good
possible
for how
that she has
playful they are.
plans to have Hyacinth take on a trial in the future. In Amphorius, Titans are a common topic of discussion. People create myths that in turn conceive Titans. It's a tricky task to keep an objective view when among the people of Amphorius. Is there a way to step out of the situation and look at it from a different perspective? I should probably turn my attention to something else. The clock is ticking. I should search for more clues as I move. The night sky feels unusual, now that I've gotten used to the eternal light of Akuma.
Ugh. I like that they do this. I do. I've praised it already. I don't like that there's a red dot on my screen until I have to go up and get rid of it. The pop-up notification was enough. You don't need to leave the dot there. I hate red exclamation marks. They're good really quickly for something important, but after that, I just wish they were gone.
How does this compare to the ones you've seen before?
Oh, you know what? That's right. I did not come back and claim most of these treasure chests. Or like anything. I've not come back and done any of this place at all. I was supposed to. I said I would do that stuff off stream. Never did. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow.
These are the remains of a black tide monster. It does look different from the Titankin from up close. What's that underneath it? As I expected, the Grove doesn't forbid discussions about the sky. It's a debate between two scholars about the sky ships. Aglaya also made mention of the ships when she interrogated us. A memory I'd rather forget. I'll hold on to this for now.
I wouldn't imagine that they would actually forbid debate about anything. Now, for us, because we're from beyond the sky, so like our existence is proof, or we would just sound mad, right? There's that. We could just sound insane to whoever hears us. But debate is the part of like a good part of education. So I would imagine they would just let you discuss anything, like at all.
That's Hyacinth. Why is she surrounded by so many monsters? much faith as I have in her, it's
Especially
probably a
given
good idea
before
to
this, they
help her
didn't
out
even
there.
really think about anything from beyond the sky.
Really now?
I think the only
This is
thing they
way
would
more
forbid
trouble
about
than
the
we could
sky
have
is
asked
actually
for.
trying to make an airship or something to go up there.
Need a hand?
Because apparently you're going to get shot down immediately.
Or you could sit back and watch.
I can't tell if you're serious or not. But being hard to read isn't without its perks, I suppose.
I'm kidding, Danny. Lend me a hand, pretty please. All right, now let's get him.
I choose you.
Have some sunshine.
I can't trust him. We can do anything.
Me. Me.
Treat our guests nicely, don't worry. Night falls. Good night.
This place is practically in ruins. What happened? There shouldn't
Oh,
be
between
this
this session and the last one, I did manage to max out her light cone.
The Black Tide is remarkably close
And
to the light of Amphorius.
she's
So
like
I-
mostly
or
done
rather,
trace-wise.
the
I
blessings of
think
the sky priest in me might have unknowingly called them to
her
me.
ultimate and both of
never
the
mind that
memo
for now.
sprite traces
You
are
might
like
wanna
pretty much
have a look at
one
this.
shy from completion,
I found it
right?
around
So it's
here
like
and thought
9
it
out of
might
10,
be of
5 out of
interest
6,
to
5
you.
out of 6. And her other stuff are all at least like 6 or 7 for her talent and her
Xagris.
skill, and like maybe even
He's
5
the
out of 6 for
scholar
her
who
basic,
fused
even though we're never
himself
going to
with the
use her
core flame of
basic.
reason.
I just very,
This is new. I
very
didn't know Professor Anaxa was researching
like
this
compulsive, I guess,
Never
about
mentioned anything about it.
capping out all the traces on a
Simon said
character I
Anaxa
use.
might be opposed to the flame chase journey.
Might
The only
is
problem with
an
that is that, you know,
understatement.
it takes forever to
Anaxa
get trace
has
material.
never been one to venerate the gods, nor has he ever found it within himself to put any faith in the prophecy. People have come to think of him as a heretic, even in a place
Like,
as
oh,
liberal
man.
as the Grove.
It almost feels like there shouldn't
Yet,
even be
It is
a basic
also
attack
this
for her.
very blasphemer that Cersei
I guess you need it
favors.
because there's mechanics in the
Faith
game where it's like,
sure
well, if you
works
skill, we're
in
gonna hit you, or if
mysterious ways.
or hit
I
everybody,
picked up
or
a scroll on
you
my
know,
way here too. It
fighting
looks like it may be related to the one you're holding.
even Bartholos, right?
Oh,
He's like, well,
Let
you
me
need a
have a
basic
look.
attack, and if you basic attack right now, you beat him. Why would you skill, right? So there's that, but you don't actually need damage to do that.
by the looks of them, these scrolls are.
But I
records
I
of
need to
two
stay in that
conversations
domain
that
for
took
like
place
2
in the
weeks
same
straight, because
setting,
after I cap
one
her out,
after the other.
I need to go and actually cap out Remembrance Trailblazer.
There's still much
Unfortunately,
I don't know about the Grove. Do you mind if I
we just
ask
got
you a
so
few
many
questions?
characters at once to build.
Sure, go ahead.
Do I want to ask any of these? Sure, why
The Grove
not?
of Epiphany is home to 7 schools of thought. While all 7 schools are founded on the ideologies of Thalesis, the first scholar, each is unique in its own way. Among them, the Venerationists revere and worship the Titans the most. As the sage of the Venerationists, Euthyphro has always been at loggerheads with Anaxa. If we were to place the 7 sages on the scales of Talanton, Anaxa and Euthyphro would be placed on opposite sides to achieve balance.
A very illustrative explanation. Thank you.
Nearly everyone in Amphorius has heard the story of the skyships by now. Aquila's stature is loftier than the heavens, and their divine retribution is merciless. That's why it's no use building giant skyfaring ships. Oh, but I do wonder if a supercharged mini treaty cannon could slip past their watch.
That was a joke. Right?
Maybe, I
Taurus
don't know.
primarily study
Chibi
the
flies
application
around
of
everywhere.
alchemy in
Maybe
soul
something
repair.
small enough actually can just avoid their gaze.
Everyone considers Anaxa a blasphemer, but that has never stopped him from sharing his ideas, no matter how taboo. If you must say that he's hiding something, then it's likely what lies beneath his eye patch. Anaxa often says
Listen,
that
as long as you're not going to be
every
executed
failure
for it,
brings us
having the
one
nickname
step
the
closer to the
Blasphemer
truth.
is actually a pretty cool
Perhaps,
nickname.
to him, the crash of the sky ship carries a different interpretation. The firmament is not impenetrable. On the contrary, it was precisely because the sky ship represented the first step toward breaking free from the shackles of the earth that it provoked the wrath of the Sky Titan and brought divine punishment upon itself. It's a shame that the majority of the Grove's research on Aquila was headed by the Venerationists, with sacrificial rituals making up a predominant part of their findings. Discourse about more esoteric subject matters in relation to Aquila dwindled even further after the skyship incident. So much so that even this scroll is completely new to me.
Don't worry about it. We'll just collect everything we can find on the Titans for now. There's something else that's caught my attention, though. This says that Anaxa is conducting secret experiments of some sort.
That's what I'd like to know. What are these experiments he's involved in? Even I, the assistant lecturer, know next to nothing about them. I have a bad feeling about this. Could there be more to what happened at the Grove?
Whee!
This is the
I have a tendency to want to, like,
the place where the Grove
spin in
stores
circles
its
while I'm
collection
waiting
of
on
tomes.
things.
Other than books written
Don't
by
know
the
why.
same
I don't know
schools,
why I have that
you can
impulse. I
also
just
find
do.
philosophical texts, ballads, and religious writings from the Outlands here. Cities that desire to learn from the Grove were apparently expected to contribute knowledge of equal value to what they saw.
Or like sometimes in games,
We've had
while you're
more
waiting
than
for
our fair
dialogue
share
to
of
progress or
hilarious
whatever,
episodes over the years.
the Smash Brothers will
For
kick in, you just start
instance,
dash dancing.
It's said that the Erythrocaranists once borrowed a manuscript from a certain author, but ended up returning a copy instead of the original. What's more, the original manuscript was supposedly then hidden here.
That doesn't seem like a nice thing to do.
Nice? No need to hold yourself back, Danny. You can just tell it like it is. Their behavior was no different from bandits.
Bandits!
Well, if you don't mind, did the Grove ever rob Castrum Kremnos?
Whew. You've got me there. Some said
I mean, I
they
guess it's
couldn't
like
even find a dictionary
many
in
historical
Castrum
museums and
Kremnos,
archives.
So I guess they were spared.
The people who ran them were basically bandits.
There are
They
too
didn't
many
care.
books in the Library of Philia.
Though to be fair,
Flipping through them
there's a
all looks
lot
way
of
too long.
information that would have just
Why
like disappeared to
don't we
the
use the
ages
video
if
to
somebody
search the
didn't
text
end up
we need?
stealing it
We can bring them
and
back
putting
to
it into a
Alchemy
place for
reading area.
safekeeping. So, you know,
Agreed.
it's not the best thing in the world, but it's not the worst.
We should leave as soon as we're done.
It really depends what you prioritize.
Still several more scrolls strewn all over the place. I'll gather them while you pull up those texts. This way, nothing will be overlooked.
That constant giant heartbeat just echoing in my ears.
This is about Anaxa. I should read this. Hyacinth, You should come have a look too.
Ugh, it's so dusty in here. Whoa. Are these all complaints about him? I can already see what they must have written. Anaxa has no respect for the gods. His very existence undermines order in our society. They're probably all things like that.
Does Anaxa hold that much influence?
Man, you know, the people complaining about him make him sound cool.
Performer. When Anaxa established
Kind of like,
the
what was
first
it?
thing he apparently
Socrates.
did was create his
They
own
said that
world
he was,
entirely.
what's it called?
Are
He was
the
corrupting the
Titans
minds
truly
of the
an
youth.
accurate reflection of what humans think gods should be? Worlds created by gods are indubitably perfect.
And like, yeah,
like what of
go
Emporius.
Socrates.
Only foolishness and insensitivity everywhere you turn.
An uncanny impersonation. What happened after?
They marched him straight to the seat of judgment before he could finish. Though what he took on in the end was more of a debate than an actual trial. He had to address every one of the scholar's allegations, or face expulsion from the Grove. The first allegation was... Do you agree that since the Titans created the heavens and earth...
It does
so
feel
mountains,
like
rivers, and seas must
they mix a few
likewise
different
be
Greek
their
philosophers
creations?
into Anaxa's story,
Am
but I
I
guess it's
supposed
because
to
there
put
isn't
myself
that
in
much
Anaxa's
information
shoes and answer
about
that?
the real Anaxagoras that they could just
As
use
told in the myths, the seas,
purely
the
information
skies,
about
and
him as the
earth
basis.
are all, beyond the shadow of a doubt, creations
And so
of
they
the
have to
Titans.
mix some like Socrates, they have to mix a
Anaxa
little
would have
like
probably been spared a lot of
like
trouble if he had
Diogenes in there
answered this
too.
way. Instead, he quoted past instances of the flame-chased journey and posited that
Thankfully they
humans
didn't mix a
have the
lot of
potential to
Diogenes
take
in there
over
too.
the
We didn't need him
divinity
running
of
around
Titans.
nude with the dogs.
Needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to his answer, so they followed up with a second allegation. You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact, defiling them and committing acts condemned by the gods. Do you admit it?
Yes.
That's a serious allegation. Did he really do that?
Anaxa always wears an eye patch, never removing it, even when alone. Some say he used one of his eyes as an alchemical ingredient. Every being in the world owes their safekeeping to Kithra.
Oh, hey, Fizz.
And this is even more so for the Chrysos heirs who have divine blood coursing through them. If he has really done something of that nature, then it'd indeed be sacrilegious. Thankfully, they had no way to prove it, so it amounted to nothing more than an allegation in the end. One by one, Anaxa engaged in wars of words against those who would challenge him. Toward the end, a scholar asked him, Anaxagoras, have you any respect for the gods?
Of course he doesn't.
It was only after a brief silence that he answered, I have never denied that Titans are meant to be noble constructs.
What he didn't say, that the Titans are not noble, rings louder in this case.
Yes. I'm not sure how that controversy was eventually resolved. But what's for certain, at least, is that Anaxa was allowed to stay in the Grove where he continued his research, despite being regarded as a heretic. By the way, this stack of complaint letters has reminded me of a place in the Grove. We may find clues there that aren't on the teleslate. I'm talking about Anaxa's...
Oh, you had a stream earlier?
hidden between the cornerstones.
It's probably while I was asleep.
Given the Grove's meticulous approach
I haven't been
to
up for very
archiving,
long.
could there really be such an oversight right under their noses?
I basically... I got up,
It's a well-kept secret.
I did a couple
Among the Seven Sages,
quick chores, went to go get the
including
mail,
the
and then I
Sage,
came in here and started
each
streaming.
has a private sanctuary
That's
where they
been my
can
day
conduct
so far.
research undisturbed in their free time. Even the administrators of the Library of Philia are restricted from accessing those places and documenting the sage's research. But with the grove in this state, I'm sure Nexa won't be mad even if we
Oh,
sneak
and I had a
into
Yoo-hoo,
lab
or
for
I
a
still
short
technically do,
while.
on the counter. I love Yoo-hoo. I haven't had one
These
in
trees, they're like a maze.
maybe 3 years. Just because it's been inconvenient to have one. But we got a 12-pack of it, so I'm gonna savor it. I mean, technically I shouldn't have to savor it. Like, we could always just get more, but I don't know, to me, Yoo-hoo is such a specialty drink that I don't want to just drink all of it. I'll have one here and there in between other things. Maybe no more than one a day. It's a great source of vitamins. Well, I don't know. These used to be super popular. If you drink them when you're a kid, there's actually a conversation I had with Marsupial, because he was never that into Yoo-hoo. I wouldn't be surprised if he had one out of the pack at least. But if you drink it when you're a little kid, I think you build more of an attachment to it. A chocolate drink is kind of more like a kid's drink. It's akin to chocolate milk.
This is the place.
Though it isn't chocolate milk.
Where
It's more
is
like
everything?
the chocolate equivalent
Materials
to
for alchemical experiments,
like cold coffee,
matrix diagrams,
right? Like an iced coffee that you get in a
even
can.
the seal to the lab.
But there's milk in it. There's
The
non-fat
place
dry
is
milk
vital.
in a Yoo-hoo, and
No wonder we didn't see any defense mechanisms along the
great for
way.
kids. Most people I know who
You've
never
been
drank
here
one as a
before?
kid, though, just never get into it
No,
as an adult.
not
Even
even
if they
close.
drink like
Not only are alchemy experiments
iced
high-risk
coffee
activities,
from vending machines or
but
whatever.
Professor Nexa
I don't even
also
drink
has
iced
a
coffee, but
penchant
like
for
it's.
using
I don't
bizarre
drink any coffee,
materials.
but it's a very similar type of
Students
drink. Like
often
if you like
brought
chocolate, you
in
should
raw
probably
foods
like
and
Yoo-hoo.
write his
I don't
name,
get it.
but come out covered in soot.
I don't think I ever will.
Hair singed. Naturally,
I could chug this
no
stuff.
one dared to come near this place. Huh? That bookshelf
Is it
over
weird to
there
set
seems
a
to be
mod
the
in the
only
Chihuahua
thing
Desert
still
region
intact.
and not include any Texas landmarks whatsoever? I don't think it's weird. Mostly because there's hardly any landmarks out there. Like I said, there might be a few rock faces that I'm forgetting. There's tons of caves. Like, I mean, I guess you could include some of the famous caves that are in that area, which I've never even been in any of them. But there's definitely a lot of caves over there. And obviously, anything that's Big Bend National Park, if you want to know how that's even shaped, I'm sure you could find it on like Google Earth or whatever. But there's just not a lot
They
there.
really are cute.
It's a bunch of empty land. There's not even really a lot of cities or anything there. Oh, that's what I need. Small towns, farmsteads. Aside from like El Paso, it's like if you go from El Paso all the way to San Antonio, there's basically nothing in between but small towns. I've been through it many a times. It's great if you want to go camping out in the desert under the stars. Beautiful, you know?
Me?
Not a lot of people to
This
bother
trail
you
contains
for miles in
several
every
intriguing
direction.
points.
I went out shooting in West Texas several times before. But, it just, yeah, it's nothing.
From the Abyss of Fate to Castrum Krumnos, I've seen many a Titan creation during my time in Amphorius. Life forms created by Circes can also be found in the Grove. But fusing them with human souls through alchemical means? I can't even begin to imagine.
Like, and in the modern day, you do get, like, almost little enclaves of cities.
Anaxa seems to hold
Where it's like
special
they're so
interest in the
small.
divinity
They're really
coursing
small
through the
cities.
crisis of
You
Earth's
might
veins.
see a 6-story
conducted a
building
thorough
there,
investigation
but they're
into
like really
Spectio's
clumped together, like
backgrounds.
almost like a stop on the road, and then you keep driving, and then you lose all buildings again. Outside of like random people who have a homestead or something out there.
Given her own curiosity about her origins. Plus, considering that the new spores
We call them
omnipotent
4th Street cities.
capable of curing diseases. It also makes sense
Because
that
they
would
look like
conduct
a
research
almost
on
like you did like a
multiple
pop-up
spores.
restaurant. It's like a little pop-up city.
Now,
It's got like 4 intersections, and then after you're past it, the city's
never
gone.
to create medicine, but to identify the origin of the golden blood and figure out its
But that's all
ingredients.
modern, right? If you're trying to make a mod for Fallout, most of that stuff wouldn't even exist yet.
Anaxa aims to
A lot
refine
of
the
these
golden blood and the chrysospheres
slightly
to a
bigger
degree
spots
of
in the middle of the
purity
desert
equal to divinity.
weren't even made until like the 70s.
This must be what he means by close to true purity. But treating both
The
Titan
locations
creations
existed,
and the human
right?
body
Like there was
as
always a
materials to be used
a
in alchemy
township or
experiments,
a seat there.
that's
They just weren't built up
rather
until way
extreme.
later.
Danny, look at this. I have a bad feeling about this. My biggest fear. It's come true. After going through his notes, I think I can piece it all together now. Anaxa was carrying out experiments on soul transmutation.
Bum bum
Do you
bum.
mean he's trying to reconstruct human souls alchemically?
Alchemically?
Yes, this is what he was secretly
You know the
conducting
sad part
research
is,
on. Something he had
and
kept
I'm not the
in
only one who
his
noticed this.
Compared to his
I think maybe it is how
this
young a
is
lot of the
real
people are in the
transformation.
community, and a lot of them just don't go back to watch old things. But I even saw one of the voice actors
What's wrong?
who is in a bunch of these games,
Remember,
Alejandro
the
Sab,
black tide was approaching.
was like, I noticed that a lot of people just have not seen Full Metal Alchemist or Full Metal Alchemist
But an
Brotherhood.
accident happened along the way.
Clearly, the
And
developers
the bosses
have
in the
seen
process.
or read Full Metal Alchemist.
But Cersei's took over
Because
his
they're
body
including
and
that in,
resurrected him.
This story here, like
Situation
aspects
we're
of
in
it,
now.
influence, just straight up.
That's right. What
But a lot of the
Professor
community
Morton
just hasn't.
stated
Like,
that the
how?
core flame of
This is like
wisdom
one of the
wasn't an
the best
accident.
manga of all time. It's definitely on the top of
What
like
do you mean?
the shonen category for sure.
Put yourself in his shoes. Knowing that the black tide was closing in and your time was running out, what would you have done?
I can understand somebody who doesn't watch or doesn't watch anime or read manga at all.
To the
Like
test.
Marsupial only saw it for the first time because I showed him, but he also just really
When
wasn't
the black tide
into
came, the true
anime
reason that
before
led
we
to the
started
illuminated
doing.
throne was to transmute and
It was even
fuse
before Super
himself
Serial
with the
Showtime.
titan's core
Basically,
flame.
before he started hopping on the vomitorium with me, he really
he
just wasn't
succeed?
watching a lot of anime.
No. Judging from how he reacted
He's like seen
after the
Yu-Gi-Oh and
event,
stuff in the past, but that's
the
about it,
results
right?
came as a surprise.
So that makes sense. But a
Maybe
bunch of
he
these
failed
people
to consider
who are
the
like into these
possibility that
games,
Cersei could make a similar
and
decision.
if you look at the community, they're always making posts
Manuscripts detailing
about
all the alchemical
manga and anime.
formula
I think there's
taken
a
away.
big crossover of
His research
a lot of people got into Genshin
still ongoing.
during COVID, which
Could he
is
have
also when they got
taken
into like
other
binging
purposes?
anime. A lot of them have just never watched
There's
Full Metal
only
Alchemist
one
or read
Titan
it in
left in
any
the world
form
now.
whatsoever, because it's something like the original
No,
is over 20 years old.
no way.
Brotherhood is
To conceive
almost
an
20
entity
years
of
old. Like it's
perfection,
just about
one
there,
must first understand the principles of creation.
right? It won't take
Anaxa
very
is an
long at
alchemy
all.
now. Then that means
He's
after Kefali.
You watched Brotherhood for the first time like 5 years ago? Yeah.
Sir.
So imagine a lot of people from your generation
Not
or slightly
real, is
younger
it?
than you, because that's about.
Of course
Actually,
not.
people about your age are about
This
the
is just an image
core
of a
audience
projection
for
device used
a lot
for
of these games.
educational purposes, sir.
A lot of them
Simple
just have
trick.
not seen it at all. So
The
some people
data
saw this and they thought it
cipher
was like
has been
original.
lost to this world. So that
They thought they
students
came
like
up with
you
all
may
of this
still
stuff
learn about the night
just
sky.
on the spot
Astronomers have
for this
harnessed
character.
The Titan's miraculous power to manipulate the light, projecting the nights of the past here for you. Much like how the sky above the holy city is also illuminated by Kefali's dawn device.
So, the skies of Akama are fake too.
You mustn't conclude that, Inoxa. You should know that only a child would expose a trick and be proud of it. Often people know more than they let on. They simply choose to feign ignorance because they have no other choice.
Then they're just deluding themselves. People believe in Kefali's tale of Genesis, accepting wholesale whatever the priests preach. But we're different. We've already walked out of the
I know,
cave of ignorance.
when I was in, I think,
We
was
have
it high school when it started? Maybe I was in
that
junior
we
high
live in a world
when
where
it started airing.
titans make the
But when I was in
rules.
school, junior high and high
Even
school,
when we look at the sky, we're
the
only
original
seeing what
Full Metal
they
Alchemist
allow
was
us
airing.
to see.
It was even still
Rather than gazing at
running,
this mockery
actually,
of a night sky fabricated by
in
them
the
for the rest of my
manga
life.
form. Which is
Why
why
should
the
I
show
be the
took
one
such
to
a
take
different
control
route,
of
is because the
projection
manga was
device
still running.
instead?
But Full Metal Alchemist was like
So
one of the
much
most
time
popular
has
things
passed
ever
since you
at the
sowed
time.
the seeds of doubt in my heart, child. Many a night, I find myself penning down all my theories and wild ideas,
Like I remember
only to burn them to
even
ashes
people who
when I
weren't
open my
into
eyes
anime
the day.
in general were still at least kind of like into Full Metal Alchemist.
Why? Because we'll face
It was
death
like
by
that and
burning
Death
if
Note. Those
word
were the
gets out.
two. They're like if you didn't like
As
all
a
the
sage of the
other battle
Venerationists,
shonen, which
my
technically
soul has already
FMA
become
slightly falls into
inextricably
battle
linked
shonen.
to the great
There's a
tree.
lot, especially in the manga, that is focused
Every
on the
word
fights.
I say, and every move I make is certain to influence
But if you weren't really into
every
battle
leaf,
shonen,
every
which is
branch,
most of what would
even
air on TV,
the tree itself.
or I guess some form of
But
sports
above all else,
shonen would also
my
air on
days
TV
are
too, right?
numbered.
A lot of the
Instinctively, I have
stuff
my doubts
based
about
off
the
of
blood
games
and the
falls into
human
the sports
soul,
category.
yet I have no means
So
of
card games,
verifying them.
Beyblade, stuff like
The
that.
golden blood in my
If you weren't
veins
into
is
those,
woefully thin, and I am loath
people
to
would still
waste
watch
the
FMA
whole
and people
time
would
I
still
have
watch
left
Death Note. Those were the two big
obsessing
things.
over a hypothesis that cannot even be proven in the first place.
But I can't, sir.
You didn't like
I
Death
can
Note. I
do
like
it
Death
for
Note.
us.
I don't
The time is
super like
right.
it.
Give me all that
I think it's good.
and I shall accomplish this grand
I
feat
don't think
on
it's the
your
best
behalf.
thing since like packaged butter, like people pretend it to be. But you know,
You're right.
it's competent. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a little too predictable. I think a lot of
In the
people
next
liked
meeting
it
of the
because they
sages,
thought
I
it
will
was
spare no efforts
blowing their
fighting for
mind
the
left and
rights you
right.
deserve.
But the dialogue and characterization
Establish
is
your
really
own
good.
school
I mean,
of
that's probably where the two creators
Find
really,
out what we
really
are.
excel is
Become the one who
the dynamics
conquers
between the characters.
ultimate
I think that's the
truths
best part of
the
that
world.
series.
Child of humanity,
But those were the popular things.
you didn't go to such lengths for an audience with
Actually, I
Kefali.
remember getting in trouble
Just ask him a few
at
questions.
church, showing up with a Death Note shirt on because one of my friends gifted it to me. They're like, "Hey, you like anime, right? Here, have a Death Note shirt."
You figured
And
it out.
not only because it had the word
I were
death
as
right on
foolish
it,
as a Dromus.
I probably should not have
Perhaps
worn that to
I'd
youth
throw
group,
myself
but it had a
down
bunch of skulls and stuff on it
prostrate
too.
before their greatness, begging for the gods
And
for
my
prophetic wisdom.
youth pastor was just like,
Well,
"No, you're not wearing
sorry
that.
to disappoint.
I mean, I'm not gonna make you take it off because you're already here, but you're never wearing that here again." I was like,
am
"Okay,
a human,
sure."
standing tall.
It's just a piece of fiction.
Possessing both intellect and pride.
Before such power, does it make any difference whether you're a human?
But you know, he
or
never
Dromus?
complained about the other shirt with a skull on it that I wore often.
I'm sure you're
I used to have
familiar
a
with the
shirt
story of the Styx
with like a skull
The
and
raging
crossbones. It
waves
wasn't a
threatened to
Jolly
swallow
Roger,
them. They didn't just give
but it
up
was a
to
pirate
become
shirt.
sitting ducks.
It was an actual like skull and crossbones.
They
Had like a
constructed
bandana
dam
on it,
that kept the rolling tide at bay.
like a
chaining
detailed
down
skull,
the mad for good.
and
They call me a blasphemer, Cersei. But that doesn't
on
mean
it it said
denying
beatings will
the
continue
existence
until
of
morale
gods.
improves. Never got any complaints about that shirt.
As I see it, Titans are simply a force that mankind has yet to find a way to tame.
Oh, Oh? If power that rivals the Titans is what you crave, why not conform to the prophecy and brave the trial?
Why stop at harnessing the power of the Titans?
Kind of missed that shirt,
when
but
I can do so
by the time
much
it disappeared, there was like a hole
The
in it
source of
anyway,
life is what I wish
and
to
it was
grasp,
one of those
to
shirts where the
understand what makes up the
detail
soul,
was kind of like
and to
painted
learn
on, I think, like
what we
acrylic
really
paints
are.
almost. So it was chipping. It lost
Thanks
most
to
of its
you,
imagery.
I've had the chance
Anyhow.
to personally verify. In
I don't even think
ways
that
than
you'd be
one,
able to tell.
that the soul
It'd be a
indeed
wholly white
ceases
shirt
to exist
by
in
today if it
death.
was still around.
But where there is death, there is life. And where there is an end, there must also be
I think I
a
had 2
beginning.
shirts like that. I don't remember what my
How
other
then
kind
was
of
a
like
soul born?
rebel pirate shirt was, but I
That
had a
was
couple
the
like that.
only unknown variable left in my calculations.
And by the
And a
sound
lot of
it,
questionable clothes,
you have already formed a conjecture.
because I've kind of always just been the same person.
No, I have already drawn a conclusion. In my journey unto death just now, I finally saw the answer with my own eyes.
It wasn't even just youth group. I'd show up to
Professor Anaxa,
morning service that way too.
I'm here.
Everybody else I knew was wearing slacks,
His life
button-down
hangs by a
shirts or
thread.
whatever.
I must ask you to
I'd show up to
refrain from
morning
taking any
service
unnecessary steps.
in like
Of course.
sweatpants
I'll bring this
and
to
a questionable
conclusive
graphic
end
tee.
and give you the answer you so desire. However, in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, I must also demand from you what I
And I was also questioning things a lot too.
As you wish.
Not the scripture, but the interpretation
Don't
of
you
it.
care
That
to
was
know
more
what
my
the
problem.
price might be?
I feel like people.
It's
I
a
always
matter
felt
of
like people were
uncovering the
reaching
truth
with their
about the Death
interpretations of
Titan
it.
and his survival.
I guess comparatively, I was like the Diogenes of my church.
This may be the only time I can ever save someone's life. There is no need for me to think twice.
I see. In that case, let the show begin.
Indulge me. Am I correct to say that you intend to prove Thanatos' whereabouts and prove the nature of our existence now?
Before I begin, I must confess I had been stuck in a cognitive trap all this time.
Cognitive trap.
As unrelated as these two propositions may seem,
He's
at first
implying
glance,
that his
they
mind
are,
has
in
been
fact,
running in circles trying to
logical
figure something out,
equivalents.
and he cannot proceed
They
until
are
he
merely
does.
two different ways of telling us about what the soul is at its core. The reason I say this is, as I've mentioned earlier, the answer was hidden in my journey into death.
Professor, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now. But that's not
But a living dead man.
what truly matters is
That's
I
a perfect way to put it? No,
overheard
not at
between
all.
Heroes. That's not all. Remember
Maybe-
how I said you were a part of that
I
conversation?
mean, I guess
too,
technically, Night of the Living Dead, right?
And I've told you that I have no recollection.
I guess people
of
have
such
used
an
the term
event.
living dead in the
That was
past
likely
instead of
just an
undead,
illusion
which
conjured up by the mind
the
of a
living
young
dead,
man.
as oxymoronic as it is, it still makes more sense than undead.
Of course you would remember.
But I think a better
that wasn't you.
explanation of what he is that he's
That
a
was Calypso,
husk that's burning on
one
fumes.
of the 7 sages of the grove.
And eventually these fumes are going to completely burn out and he'll disappear.
That's the name I made up on a whim when speaking to this girl. How do you know of it?
Oh, you're still talking about Full
Surely
Metal Alchemist.
you jest.
I was like
Don't
looking
you
at the
think
chat. Is there
I,
anything
of
interesting?
all
No.
People would know if that were the name of one of the 7 sages under the shade of my tree. Don't you claim to know the grove's past like the back of your hand?
Do I
It seems
consider
you've lost
Kimberly a
the
main
memory
villain?
seared into your soul.
Kimberly is definitely a villain,
Use your head.
and he's very important to the
Since
plot.
all
He is
this
one of
took
the driving
place in the
points,
realm
but
of the dead,
technically
it
there's really
stands
only
to reason
one
their
main villain, and
likenesses
that's
are of
Father.
souls from the past.
Everybody else
The
is kind of
living
just
cannot
like
step foot into that world. So who
a
could they
tool of
be?
Father.
Think about
maybe you could argue that
Why does she share your
Pride
likeness? Yet you
has
have
more
no
agency
idea
than the
who
other
she
ones
is.
do.
The answer
But
is evident,
at the
is
end
it
of the
not?
day,
Those fallen heroes are the mortal
Father probably would have
incarnations
consumed
of
him
the
if he had
Titans
to as well,
before their
right?
ascensions to godhood.
Which I think he did, didn't he?
The gods
No, he
aren't
didn't.
master creators born out of thin
No,
air.
no, the fight with
and
him
they are
ended
no
with Ed.
different from humans.
Ed kind of like just pulled
Because
him out
they
of his own
all
body,
evolved
and he just left him as a baby back to the mother who adopted him in the first place. That's what happened. But yeah, I really only consider Father a main villain.
Does this answer disappoint you?
Yes.
But
Because
that is just how you
answered
look at the
nothing.
series.
If I truly was once human, as you claim,
I
then
think it is
where do the
perfectly
children
acceptable
of
to look at the
humanity
series as if
come
there's
from?
9 main villains. That's an interpretation that I think is valid. I'm
Even
not going to
on the
complain
off
about it.
chance that you speak the truth, this brings us no closer to grasping Thanatos' whereabouts. How are we to find them?
I knew you would say that. But it matters not. I know what I'm doing.
But I think in my conception,
Why don't we have
as
this
like the main antagonist or
supreme
main
being
villain,
standing before us
um,
tell us everything?
you can only have more than
Can
one
revive
main
a
villain
Titan?
if the grouping all have equal
Humans cannot
authority.
return from the dead.
And the problem is,
Neither
even
can
though we
gods.
see the others for a lot
But
longer
all
than we
need
see
to
Father,
do is look at this from a
none of
different
them have his
perspective,
authority
and the problem
as a
will
villain.
resolve itself. The solution is simple. Just like what you did to me. If I'm reborn as Kefali, I can rebuild the world and all within it as they once did. Simple, is it not?
Or if you want to say, get rid of the word authority, equal weight.
I have news from Hyacinth and Danhung. Anaxa might be trying to do something with Kefali's divine body.
Kefali? But what could Anaxa want?
But that, again,
Is
that's
the
just a
Council
personal
of Elders
interpretation of
going
like
to
what
sit
is a
around and let
main
such a sacrilegious
villain or
act
antagonist.
That is not possible. He is indeed the great performer, capable of fooling anyone and everyone with his tricks.
I'm sorry.
No need for guilt, for this is good news to us. The Council of Elders has found themselves a traitorous ally. Anaxa's ambitious desires will be something we can exploit. What we should be doing now is to keep our eyes peeled for whichever trickery Kindness is up to, and react accordingly to thwart her plans. Being Akima's political center, the Demigod Council holds just as much significance as the Vortex of Genesis. Someday,
Who's the main villain
after
of
my
Monsters,
duty is over,
Inc.?
this site will take the place of
Waternoose
the
or
battlefield where we
Randall?
hunt gods. Become the next
Oh,
challenge.
probably just Waternoose.
Till then,
That one's a little
best
more
to get
complicated
used to
because
this
Randall
place
at
as soon
times
as possible.
almost feels like he's a free agent that's causing as much as the problem. But at the end of the day, he does what Waternoose tells him to do. He might split off a little, get distracted, do his own thing, but he just does what Waternoose tells him to do.
Because of the Council of Elders. How dare they trample over it?
Wow. These people are shooting daggers.
He's not exactly like running the show or anything, you know what I mean?
It's been a while.
If Waternoose wasn't there, Randall
What is
would
that
just
supposed to
be a
Is
terror.
this really the
That'd
sort of
be it.
person that the young lord praised as a ferocious warrior?
It has indeed been some time, Lord Gradaros. What brings you here in such haste?
Shh, keep it down. Be more vigilant. See those duplicitous dogs over there? They do the dirty work for kindness. I've already ordered my people to hold them back, but we should still lay low. Unless you're itching for a bloody fight to get a workout in.
My bad. So, did something happen?
Did you hear thunderclaps last night? Thunderclaps are beacon signals of strife. They are a message from the young lord. He threw a spear.
It's actually one of the things I
several
really like
worlds
about
of Akaba.
musicals, right? If you actually follow
Watch out.
the
Flame Reaver is
the
back.
theory for writing a musical,
I guessed as
is that
much.
all
I didn't
proper
actually
musicals
kill that
will have a
in the
villain
Kronos
song,
arena.
which will actually help you
I think
declare
this is something
who
you
is the
want to
villain,
know.
or like at
We
least the main
Kronoans
villain, the
never
main
back down from a
antagonist
fight. So if you plan
of
to
the
take that thing
musical.
down in a
Sometimes it's not
battle,
who, sometimes it's a
reach
what.
out to me anytime.
You have.
But you
my
can't
rights.
really argue on who or what
Let
is
Aglaya know about
the main
this
antagonist
right
of a
away.
musical.
Remind her to be
The
on her
musical
toes
tells
while
you.
you're at it. That vicious kindness has been unusually active lately. Those lackeys she keeps under cover have been going in and out of the city a lot more frequently these days. Some even seem to be getting Kremnoans to defect to the council.
There's actually a best villain song ever for a musical, a Goofy movie. Because the actual villain is growing up, and it's established at the very beginning of the movie.
That's.
It kind of almost paints like Goofy
Looks
as the
like you can
villain,
see it
but if
for
you pay
yourself.
attention to the song and then the movie itself,
should
like the song pretty much establishes it's because
Thank you for the intel.
since he's
Lord
becoming a
Kronos.
teenager and growing up, he's growing apart from his dad. That is the villain of the movie. It's growing up itself. Oh, do I have to solve the cube puzzle now? I think I have to solve the cube puzzle. Oh god. Shut up, Lygus. Nobody wants to hear you talk,
Aglaya.
Lygus.
What happened here?
I know about the poisonous fangs of that king snake through the golden threads. In the past,
Hey,
I would be
Mike.
confident about keeping her in check, but I admit I am now unable to do so.
What do you mean?
It is no longer about eloquence or arguments. I have been a demigod for far too long that I hardly have any humanity left. Before I realized it, I have become no different from these hypocrites, no longer capable of relating to the people. This has come a lot sooner than I expected. But perhaps it is time. I need you to step up, Finan.
One of the things I find that's cool about like old plays,
Yes.
because
this
a
is my
lot
duty,
of
but
playgoers,
It is
Right.
far easier for the Council of Elders to fool many than just fool
they
one
were there
person.
for the journey of
Their
the thing they were
so-called
watching, for the
moral
actual
support
art of the
is no
story,
more than a ruse to distribute
and
power
how
using
the
words instead of
actors on
nonsense.
stage would portray the
There is
story,
no glory in
and
meanness
kind of
to
like
it.
the adventure of getting
That
through
makes
it,
having respect
right?
for humans so much more
And because of
precious.
that,
Finan,
they didn't care about spoilers
you
necessarily.
are a Chrysos heir without flaw.
A
Capable
lot
of
of old
relating
plays
deeply
would
with
start with a
humans.
narrator opening monologue
appreciate
that would
what
tell
you
you
taught
what was
me,
going to happen
Aglaya.
in the play beforehand.
I hope we'll live up to your
Which
expectations.
the narrator
win
would
this
basically
debate.
tell you on this topic who the villain was before you even started watching the play. That was just like a common aspect of going to see the theater, from like antiquity,
You've done well, Lord Calictus. Let me
honestly,
take over
all the
and
way
personally
to
close this
like
debate
the
for
Victorian
today.
era.
Dearest counselors, let it be known that I sorely miss the blissful times portrayed in lyrical poems. Back
They would
then,
tell you, like,
Amphorius was home to
basically,
1,000 cities.
before the word trope
Each
was
with their
commonly
own
used,
local
they would tell
theater,
you like what
while
tropes would
gods
be in the
walked the
play,
earth and shared close bonds with humans.
like who the hero was, what you
Yet,
could expect the hero to
in the
do,
present,
who the villain
people
was, what
from
you could
all
expect the
over
villain
are
to do,
forced to leave
how
their homeland
even
to seek
sometimes how the
refuge in
hero is
holy
going to
city,
overcome the
where
villain.
they hope to rest under Kefali's protection.
Just like this quick
All of us
little
have long been in the same boat
monologue,
with no way out of
almost
this
little
fight.
diatribe about like the
We didn't
gist
have
of
a
what's going to
choice
happen
in
in the
the
play.
past, but
Okay,
now-
cool, now watch it.
The Council of Elders brings to the table a new possibility. All I have
Which in some
left
ways
is
it
one
makes sense,
question for you.
because If you did a good job, you actually want to meet the expectations that you set up for the audience. So it's good to actually set those expectations up.
Make your choice. Now, which of the two would lead mortals to an ideal future?
Era Nova is a path of salvation the gods promised. We should not have doubts in the flame chase journey.
We all know that Era Chrysia is a thing of the past, Lady Kindness. Please, enlighten me. How does the Council of Elders plan to turn back time?
Let the three Titans of Calamity be born, and Era Chrysia is nevermore. But bring demise to those Titans, and Era Chrysia will descend upon us again. Know that the Council of Elders is never one to make empty promises.
I kind of want to do that at least once.
We have on our side.
I kind of want to
one of the Grove's 7
write a story, maybe a novel, but like a novel that's done almost in like playwright format,
I can
right?
promise all of you that Era Chrysia will exist once more.
But I kind of want to do one where I actually just tell you everything that's going to happen at the very beginning, just on page 1. It's just maybe a single page description of everything that's going to happen in the book. It's not a foreword. It's just it is literally a part of the book. There's a prologue right there.
I am in favor of Era Chrysia.
That just tells you what you can expect to happen in it.
Era Chrysia! Era Chrysia!
And maybe write the story like an antique style story. I don't know if people would like to read it, but I think I'd have fun writing it, and to me, that's all that matters.
You finally arrived, Naxa. So have you, Cass.
Don't worry, Aglaya. Well, I know that you have many queries. Could you continue to converse like how the citizens normally do? Tell me, dear citizens, if we successfully retrieve and return Thanatos' core flame without anyone passing the Death Titan's trial, what would happen next?
The answer is simple. We will have a chance to rid the world of death and bring Amphorius back to an era when
You're
all
bringing up the
beings
boys,
live
man.
forever.
I hate the boys. I don't think it's good at all. So I don't really care what direction they're taking Homelander. I don't think they could take it good. But I'll tell you what's actually been making me mad is every single time I flip on, was it Prime or whatever, I see a stupid ad for that Gen V that just won't go away for like 30 seconds, and then it's there at the top anyway.
As long as the Black Tide still exists, how can we go
horrible
back to
property.
the old days?
Remember what I previously said? Kefali's core flame is guarded by the secret power of the Council of Elders. Plus,
Gen V is awful? Yeah, probably about as awful as the main material.
External perceptions. Tell me, dear citizens.
The boys is awful.
Have any of you ever seen even a glimpse of the threat that this person is talking about anywhere within the walls of this majestic holy city?
Oh. Could it be that you heard that from the Flame Reaver themselves? Citizens, let's loudly sing the blessed hymn. Oh, beautiful old world, where are you now? Oh, legendary Era Chrysia, return to the mortal realm.
After the destruction of the 3 Titans of Calamity, the Flame Chase journey will have to end.
writers let their politics take over the story. The original story was political, so it's almost fitting. Like, maybe the way the adaptation
Masses are now totally riled up.
came out, at first it wasn't. Like, they had maybe stripped it away, and then it came back in. I don't remember. I saw way more of the show than I wanted to while my brothers were watching it.
Thank you, Lady Aglaya. For
But, like, the actual source material was politically slanted to begin with.
We are truly
Just, you know, a slightly older politic from a bit longer ago.
Antonia's goddess of death will surely find Thanatos under.
And it wasn't like one of those things where people are like, oh, you're injecting politics into something that never was. It's like, no. That one actually was
I solemnly
political.
promise that the core flame Lady Casterus brings back will be personally managed by the council.
By somebody who doesn't understand politics, for sure.
Thereafter,
So maybe
if we
it
are
seems
able
less
to
of it.
garner the support of all of you at the Citizens' Assembly, we shall spare no effort in ensuring that the Era Chrysia will return to our world once again.
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. Buy carefully into Lent and above, as of the Theoros I have observed. Akama has chosen her destiny. The issue up for discussion at this Citizens' Assembly shall be modified to the suspension of the Flame Chase journey. This resolution shall be put up on the Wall of Heroes, such that all citizens are aware of the city's way forward.
Aglaya, dear Aglaya. What has caused
Fizz, I'm not going to dignify that with an answer. We've been through that conversation too many times. I'm not rehashing it.
Wag your tongue as much as you like. Since the Flame Chase journey has been preordained by the prophecy, our failure has never been on the cards.
Well then, I guess we'll find out if that's true at the Citizens' Assembly.
Casters? What's going on?
Well, it seems that when I sent you to look for Anaxa, I unintentionally facilitated your partnership with him instead.
My apologies, everyone. I know that you have many questions to ask me. I will answer them to the best of my knowledge.
In that case, please tell us as much as you can.
In actuality, he showed me a past that was both long and heavy.
The reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier. The answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Professor, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes.
They really like the phrase
I am but
unto
a
death.
living dead man now.
In this,
That's not important.
they've had the
What
characters
truly
say it
matters is,
many
I
times,
overheard a
and there is
conversation
a
between
boss,
heroes.
or I guess mini boss. I don't know. No, I guess it's still just considered a boss. But there's a boss that is a
Have you heard of this tale before?
It's called Memory Zone
A
Meme.
tale about the ocean
Something
god's
unto
treasure
death.
pearl, our hometown. It was a seaside town which enjoyed the ocean breeze and glorious, peaceful times, thanks to the wisdom of its ruling queen. Until one day, an evil dragon descended upon the town. Its wings were large enough to blot out the sun, while its claws were sharp enough to rip the waves apart. It barged into the tall tower and devoured the queen's beloved daughter. It even settled itself in her bedroom, like a tyrant king. The queen assembled 300 warriors who managed to subdue the evil dragon by chaining it up. However, when the queen slit open the dragon's belly, she realized that the princess had long since been digested.
Ew.
And all that was left of
gross.
her was a pile of bones. Devastated, the queen wept for several days. It was then that a devious, smooth-talking scholar arrived at the palace and suggested that the princess could be revived through the use of dragon bone and dragon blood.
This is basically what happened to what's her face, the sister that got eaten in dungeon meshing.
Overjoyed, blissfully unaware that the evil dragon's soul still lurked within
Yeah,
the
this is
princess's
basically
body.
exactly what happened in
As revenge, the
for
evil
dungeon
dragon
meal.
swallowed the poor queen,
Delicious
the
in
glib
dungeon,
liar,
whatever you want to
the
call it.
courageous warriors, and all of the town's innocent civilians in a single gulp. Worse still, the souls of the deceased refused entry to the Netherrealm because they were filled with regret. Forced to roam the mortal realm, these resentful souls ultimately converged into a river of souls that would not retreat for a long time. The terrifying death had consumed all. Thereafter, our hometown fell into ruin as well. Until... Actually, I don't know what happened next either.
Oh, my. It seems that you still like to whet people's appetites even after all this time, Pelixia. So, according to your story, this is how I used to look? It's practically a mirror image. And yet, what exactly is this?
A miracle that I created with alchemy. As for what it is and how I was able to accomplish it, I'll keep the answers to myself for now.
Oh, my goodness. Is this cliffhanger really necessary?
In fact, I think that entire story was probably written with that in mind. That's what happened to. Oh my god, I do not remember his sister's name at all.
Dragon, huh? I've heard this legend before.
But that's because like the main writer for this section of the game is Xiaoji, who's a writer for Honkai Impact 3rd for many years, and he can string together like original enough narratives, like on the whole, if you count the whole narrative, but he does have a habit of popping in things from other stuff into the story. Like, I don't want to come up with an original character background, or I don't want to do this. I'm just gonna basically borrow this idea from something else to fill this space and flavor the story. Actually, I don't know if it's even that he doesn't want to. Maybe he just likes the other thing too much. I don't want to judge. I don't know him personally. He might just really, really like that stuff and want to bring it into these characters.
Equivalent exchange?
But he does have a habit of doing that quite a bit. He did that quite a bit in Honkai Impact 3rd as well, during his time as a writer.
What? At a loss for words?
And of course, he's not the only person writing this. I think he's like the equivalent of like a story runner. There are other writers working with him because there's just way too much text and stuff for a single person to write. Maybe that's like a shortcut though, right? If you know that you have other people working underneath you, if you could just pull this trope from something else, it's easier just to keep things focused.
You flatter me. Why don't I ask you a question as well, as a form of equivalent exchange?
Of course. What is your question?
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone?
Especially like this patch alone, alchemy and stuff from Fullmetal Alchemist gets pulled a lot. Like, you just hear the word alchemy, you hear equivalent exchange, you hear all that stuff over and over again.
I got it. You're just trying to get me to
Which, if you were going to borrow those concepts from anything, Fullmetal Alchemist is one of the better ones. Because aside from the fantastical stuff that's happening, it's pretty, I guess, philosophically accurate to how alchemy was. The creator definitely understood a lot about classical alchemical principles and referenced real alchemy a lot.
I'm certain
So,
that's someone whom I cherish deeply.
of all things that reference alchemy, that's probably one of the better ones you could pull from, if you were interested in those concepts.
Mighty power really existed. I think.
But then, it's like, it's just this patch. After this patch, maybe it gets brought up once or twice in a side comment.
You, me.
Up until the most recent one, where Anaxa turns himself into a Philosopher's Stone to do something.
Eventually.
That's the only other time they bring it up after this. Oh, sorry. Is it possible to have a villain with a similar personality to Quagmire in a like from Family Guy Quagmire in a superhero story? Have a CIA villain? Yeah, I mean, it's fine. You could. Absolutely.
The immeasurable value of life.
Here's the thing, you could have a villain with pretty much any personality. At all. Like I've said many times, it just comes down to
complete the trial.
Can you write it?
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame.
And the fact is, a lot of people have ideas they can't write. They just don't have the talent for it. And then my answer to that is, well, go out and write until you build up the talent.
I'm afraid that the meaning is clear. Between my sister and me, one must.
Which, you notice there's some people out there that they basically tell the same story over and over again, but like the last version of the story is actually good, and it's because like they want to tell this type of story, they have to keep doing it until they're finally good at telling that type of story.
I'm afraid that the prophecy might even have selected a pair of twins.
Of course, sometimes it goes the other direction. Sometimes they knew how to tell the story right the first time, and they go and they keep trying. Maybe they didn't think they told it right. I don't know. I don't often know what's going on in the heads of other people. But and then they just do it worse and worse every time after that.
And yet, I can't do the same.
I think sometimes when you do a story right the first time and then it just gets worse, a lot of times it's because the writer of it probably thought audiences liked it for the wrong reason, and they're trying to write it in a way that audiences like it for the right reason. But they should probably just lean into the wisdom of the crowd there and be like, cool, it's cool that they liked it for that reason. Maybe that's the reason they should have liked it, and I was the fool there.
That's right. Don't allow the fog of an uncertain future to cloud your mind.
Trial, prophecy, the topics that they're discussing seem familiar. But these three people must not have left their names in the epics. Otherwise, I would have some recollection of this.
Amphorius's history before
Like,
the
you know who's
Titans were born.
a really good example of a creator in general? I don't want to call him like a writer necessarily because he does so many different things. One person I think a perfect example of a creator who doesn't care why you enjoy his stuff, because he wrote something or directed something or created something that was supposed to be art and up to interpretation anyway is Martin Scorsese. Martin Scorsese does not care at all why you enjoyed his cinema. Because I think he does, treating it as art, he thinks cinema's art. I don't think he thinks there is a wrong way to enjoy a movie that he makes, right? Whatever reason you enjoyed the movie, that was your interpretation of art. Like me, I think most of his movies are hilarious.
Looks like you have.
He's not going out to make a comedy. Like, I don't think Scorsese's ever actually made a comedy, but he has such a good sense of humor that it bleeds into his writing. Very realistic interactions between people that are just funny. Like when we were watching The Departed like a week or two ago, I was cracking up because these interactions with people are just like so real, but they're also funny at the same time. That I can enjoy this serious drama, this tragedy, basically, for its comedic value. And from what I've heard from him in interviews, he would have absolutely no problem with that. Like he'd probably appreciate the fact that somebody thinks he's got a good sense of humor.
Why would you dare to sacrifice yourself for a future that you won't get to witness?
Because this is our destiny. The power that resides within me is so intense that I will one day be engulfed by it. Furthermore, a valorous death before...
See, people keep telling you that your stories are fundamentally bad on conceptual level. Have you considered maybe they're conceptually bad on a fundamental level?
If your sister or
and I don't even mean that as a joke.
I believe they would make the same choice as well.
I'm not that brave.
And I mean that in you're really bad at selling your ideas to people, like marketing yourself. Like you're bad at explaining anything. So that probably doesn't help at all.
Despite being God's chosen one, it seems you still don't know how to face it.
But also, you have no fundamentals.
Lady. Perhaps I shouldn't end
when it comes to like writing and stuff.
Since there's still time.
Because here's the thing, I wouldn't take the word of most of those people at all. Because the fact is, most people don't even know why they like or dislike things.
As the embodiment of Nikador's divinity,
you could completely change the concept, go and write it, and the people who tell you they didn't like it until you change the concept probably still wouldn't like the execution of the thing that they said they would like.
That what I'm currently seeing before my eyes is in fact...
Looks like one hypothesis of mine has already been proven true. These heroes are the true forms of the Titans. Before they attain...
The advice of most people
if so,
aren't worth the breaths that it took for them to give it.
He speaks of is actually...
Polixia. Is the previous form of Thanatos? But her appearance...
If this is true...
And I even mean that about my own advice.
Where she went, we'll naturally be able to figure out the location of the Death Titan.
But before that, we first need to witness what ultimately happened to Lord Anaias.
Oh, hey, we can use, what's her face? Casterus, which is cool, because I'm never pulling her, so this is like the only... This, and when I borrow her for, like, dailies and stuff from somebody, only time we're ever going to get to use Casterus, who actually works really well in this team. Right now, this is probably the highest damage team in the entire game. But I'm never pulling Casterus, so... This is the only time or way we get to use it. Or I guess there are events with trials too that you can do.
Sealed within this statue is undoubtedly his sacrifice.
They use their own body as our city walls, keeping out and protecting us from the pervasive spread of madness. They are acutely aware that if the end times were to arrive,
I'm indefinitely ruined by James Gunn. And it's not even something recent, it's something from like 20 some odd years ago. Anytime somebody says the word sacrifice at all, in my head I just hear Scooby-Doo going, "A sacrifice?"
Sacrifice. And finally, the only thing that remains is reason.
Cheer up, young lady. There is no need to shed tears over a glorious death.
All farewells in this world are sorrowful, Lord Nias.
That's one of those things where it's like,
no, young lady.
I would still yell at James Gunn for making it, though I enjoy it. Scooby-Doo's good as a parody of Scooby-Doo but that's it. It's only good as a parody of Scooby-Doo, because pretty much only Scooby and Shaggy were on like character. Everything else about that movie was like a bastardization. Even like the other characters. Fred wasn't super far off from some depictions of Fred at the time, but he was still off and was more of a model of like depictions of Fred after that.
I don't know either. But I am certain of one thing. This is not an acceptance of death nor apathy.
Yeah, I hated what he did to Scrappy, especially because like nobody hated Scrappy in universe, right? That's the worst part. There were definitely people who didn't like Scrappy, who like in the audience who watched the series. I never got that. I mean, I came to it later, but I was the right age when I first saw Scrappy on screen. I was a kid who it's a character he's designed for, like the entire show. I never disliked Scrappy. I thought he was funny. I thought the whole like him yelling puppy power and wanting to fight things that he had no business fighting, and then having to drag him away by his collar was a funny bit.
But when you depart the mortal realm,
but in world, everybody loves Scrappy because they understood that he was just a puppy, like he was a little kid. They were looking out for him as Scooby's family.
Separation and death are two sides of the same coin.
And then they had to go and they had to make Scrappy hated in world in the movie. James Gunn. I don't know, maybe he was somebody who never liked Scrappy. But it's like, that's not how any of the people treated him. They also had to try to make it to where he wasn't a puppy. He was just like a dwarf or something. Like a runt.
The first time I returned from the
horrible.
battlefield, I felt
like if this was a Robot Chicken special, that'd be fine.
The calamity had devoured everybody
as a
on the battlefield.
Movie that's supposed to be like the definitive live-action Scooby-Doo. Absolutely awful. Actually, I think the lower budget, there was like two of them, two low-budget live-action Scooby-Doo movies, were actually much better at portraying Scooby-Doo.
Who had returned was nothing but an empty shell.
And you know, they casted some pretty good people for it too. They're pretty much unknowns, but they did their job well. They blended into the character, and that's what I'd rather you want.
On the way back, I encountered someone.
I didn't want you to turn Daphne into Buffy, right? Not even just casting the same person, but like giving her somewhat more of a Buffy attitude too. It's like, that's not Daphne. That's never been Daphne in any incarnation of Scooby-Doo up until that point.
I inexplicably asked him a question.
The only thing that was captured about is that Daphne kept wandering into danger. It's like, well, yeah, she's danger-prone Daphne. That's her nickname. But that's it. That's the only thing that was right about that character.
He shrugged his shoulders and sighed.
How does someone who is currently experiencing death, dying and living, afford the same amount of bliss? Now please go away and don't block my starlight.
In fact, in the original
Are you trying to say
like TV series, right?
Daphne
was sensible. She wasn't the smart one in the group or anything. right? That was Velma, and even to some degree
That's
after
exactly
her,
what life is.
Fred.
And
But she
death
wasn't
is
stupid either.
But a scale to measure
Like, she was
how
a sensible
valuable
person.
the journey was. Journeys and epics are only
That
glorious.
there was like a weird
all things
after like the original
to
series.
dust.
Oh, you know, even in the Scooby-Doo
Therefore, young
movies,
lady,
she was still fine.
don't
But there's almost been like
detest
this weird
your fate.
bimbofication of
Instead,
Daphne over the years.
Willingly and respectfully embrace it.
Like there's certain aspects of her
Embodiment of strife,
that
telling me
have
about the
been
majesty of
solid
war.
over time. Like for some reason, Daphne is just really susceptible to hypnosis. She's been hypnotized several times.
I believe that when the fated moment eventually arrives, you will be able to understand.
Obviously, the first time was with the hypnotic clown who hypnotized a lot of people,
knock
but
on
she's been
death's door.
hypnotized several times since then.
I
So
will set up a
that's
long table at the
that's
end
just
of
kind
the
of like
road
become a part
and
of
humbly
Daphne's
await
character
your
that she's
arrival.
susceptible to hypnosis. But she was never
When
like
that moment
a
finally
bimbo.
comes, let us drink and be merry then.
She was the pretty girl, but she was never a bimbo. Even in a pup named Scooby-Doo, when she was supposed to be like the popular schoolgirl, she was still as sensible as a kid her age could be. Though I feel like a lot of the bastardization of the characters starts to come around a pup named Scooby-Doo. I think that's the series where it starts to happen. Because they're like, we have to take these characters, we have to turn them into kids, which means we have to take aspects of the personality that we can identify, and we have to demature them and crank it up to 11.
What? This...
But even then, the implication is that they're going to grow out of some of these personality quirks that they didn't have in the previous series.
Is this... Pelixia's sister?
Teen Titans Go, you think it's supposed to be a parody of the other one? I do too. I think there's a lot of evidence in Teen Titans Go that it's a parody of the previous one. Like I think the creators would definitely agree with you there. Yeah, no. Shaggy was the dumbest human there.
What are you
No,
afraid of?
Daphne was a sensible person. In some case, you could argue that Shaggy was also sensible. He was just dumb, and a coward. But in the face of danger, wanting to not be there is probably a good idea. We try to criticize Shaggy a lot, because as the audience, we know that like 99% of the time it's a man in a mask. That doesn't mean the person's not dangerous being a man in a mask, though.
Our vows. Once it all ends, we must face our fate.
Some of those men in masks are pretty darn big. Hey, Shy Knight.
If it was prophesized, do we have no say in the matter? It's so unfair. Why are we
Like, most of those men in masks in Scooby-Doo are big enough to fill the costumes they're in. If he caught you by yourself, like, this is still the equivalent of a horror movie. The only reason Shaggy and Scooby's actions are not sensible are because one is a Great Dane, which is probably one of the most dangerous dogs you could have around you if you wanted protection, right? Like, they're nice. I love Great Danes. I'm not saying they're bad dogs or anything. But if you needed a dog to kill somebody, a Great Dane could do it. They could just hop up and rip somebody's throat out, no problem. That's even happened historically, where like a Great Dane won a duel against a man with a spear for like legal reasons. So it's not only does he have like one of the biggest, most dangerous dogs with him, who also happens to be a coward, Shaggy himself is superhuman. He can just like bust through brick walls when he wants to. Or the two of them have outpaced a train on a handcar. That's the only reason they're not sensible.
I have lived a fulfilling life.
But if they were just normal people, if Scooby was a smaller dog even maybe, their actions would be completely rational compared to like the 6-foot-something linebacker-built men that are in these costumes, even if you know it's a man in the mask.
How could my memories of you ever compare to the actual you?
Let's see. Remember when Scooby-Doo had a collab with Johnny Bravo? Yeah, I love that. I love that episode of Johnny Bravo. It's great.
What exactly?
Especially the part where Johnny and Velma crash into each other and lose their glasses, and Velma's like, I can't see without my glasses. And then Johnny is the opposite. It's like, I can't be seen without my glasses.
I don't know.
Really, really good episode.
Either. But regardless of what the answer is, regardless of how we're shaped by others, or even by
And the fact that he ends up like tied to a tree at the end.
Ever since we were born, the fact that we existed was predestined, and nothing could erase it. This is why I will always be
You assumed Johnny tried to bang Daphne. I think everyone assumed that. He hit on her several times.
After all. All right, my dear Polixia.
Johnny Bravo is like a dog chasing a car, right? Because he's never actually been with a woman before. It's like, he knows he should be chasing after the woman. I don't even think he knows what to do if he ever got one.
Use it to plant the first bud in the prophesied new world.
To be honest, we've never seen something. Yeah, we would never see something like that in, at least on a kids network. You could probably see something like that written for adults. Or I guess technically, Adult Swim is on a kids network. It's just in the adult block, right?
Knowledge of the art of alchemy to you. Would you use it to resurrect?
But yeah, it just wouldn't fly. I do remember the episode where Johnny became a woman. He pissed off a gypsy, and it was like the most pedantic message as well, right? The most like, I'm gonna hit you in the head with it, because his solution to finally turn back was that women are smart. It's like, well, I mean, not inherently, they can be smart, but the average person is average, whether you're a man or a woman. But I guess from Johnny's perspective, that was a leap up, right? Like that was definitely an improvement from where his mind was before.
My answer remains the same.
You can imagine Johnny Bravo would hate the hot dog guy from Gumball. Probably, yeah.
I promise you.
No, the Gypsy episode is actually one of my favorite ones.
In the prophesied new world, I shall plant the first bud on your behalf. Go now. Return to the
I also really like. I think this might have been like one of the first episodes. I really like the one
I shall open wide the entrance to the Netherrealm.
Where he dates the gazelle.
The living beings on this earth shall respond to
that one's a pretty good one.
And lead you to the sacred
And I also really like the Green Eggs and Ham parody, where Susie's trying to sell him Girl Scout cookies.
Do not stop moving.
I actually wouldn't even be surprised if those were the same episode, actually. It's been a while since I've seen them, but that really feels like those were different halves of the same episode to me. That if they are, that might be my single favorite Johnny Bravo episode.
Let me be the one to pay it.
Everybody.
Johnny did get into a fight with the crab. That was her, kind of like,
I am not
I wouldn't say ex, because I think they were still kind of seeing each other. She said her name was Karen. Funny enough, with the way those memes are, but she was the exact opposite of Karen. She was probably the most caring person that you could find, despite being a deer. As if she wasn't a gazelle, she was an antelope. But despite being an antelope, she was like the most caring person. But she was trying to get back at her boyfriend. And then they lift up in the tray for the platter, and then the crab on it was her boyfriend, who somehow got into this mix. I think that's actually the funniest implication of the entire episode. That only works in a cartoon, and it's great. I love it. That somehow her boyfriend got onto that platter through some chain of events that we don't need to know as the audience. I love the randomness of cartoons.
Titans at the world's end, thereby shaping a new world.
I believe that this is
Yeah,
the
Johnny got
truth behind
abducted by
Era
sexy
Nova's
aliens.
mentioned prophecy.
When he went, there was the Mars one.
This
A lot
is
of really good Johnny Bravo episodes.
utterly
A lot of them are just parodies, though, which that's perfectly fine. Part of it is that show was ran by
Even
both
if they really
Seth
are
MacFarlane and Dan
Thanatos,
Hartman. Or not Dan
their
Hartman, Butch Hartman.
whereabouts are
Different
still
Hartman.
unknown,
Butch
even
Hartman.
today.
Why did I say Dan
Are
Hartman?
their whereabouts
Butch Hartman.
truly unknown?
So you have the
Didn't
creator of
police
Family Guy and the
mention
creator of Fairly Odd
Seaside
Parents,
Town?
both working on the
The
same show
birthplace of
before either of
Auckland
those shows
and
were
the
made.
Tale of the
And you
Dragon.
can really tell
In our world,
which
there exists a city
person
which perfectly
kind of
matches
like
that description.
led the writing and directing on any
People they
segment,
worship
like any
Medusa and bear no
a lot of
relation
episodes
to
were 2
Thanatos.
episodes really, as was
I've
common
also
with
never been to that place.
cartoons. A
As
cartoon
in the
episode
time
would
of
probably be 2
Idonia,
shorts,
it had long term in
and
the
sometimes
underwater
it would
ruins.
be a different one per short.
Take this.
Which is why a lot of cartoons have multiple showrunners, right? You could have one person working on one half while the other's working on the other one.
It was made by transmuting all of the
And if you know their later works, you can really guess pretty accurately which one worked on which short.
Remember?
Right? Like the 2 I just
I've
mentioned,
before that the art
the
of
one with
alchemy is
the
all about conversion,
the antelope with
and
Karen.
ascension.
That was a Seth MacFarlane
This
short.
process also
The
applies to the pursuit of truth.
the one with the
Regardless
cookies,
of how
the
unbelievable
green eggs and
it
ham parody,
sounds,
was
the
a Butch
truths of
Hartman
the
short.
world have been refined from the impurities.
And
Think about
it's
the story
because,
of the dragon.
and I've looked it
The
up to confirm
skull
this
will lead
afterwards.
you
I'm
to
just
your
pretty good
real
at guessing it.
hometown,
The
allowing you
bits
to
that are
reform the
in
door to the
the antelope
and
episode
discover Thanatos' fate.
are very similar to Family Guy bits, but it's more of like MacFarlane will pick a theme and then he wants to make a lot of different jokes around the theme. Some that are completely not connected to each other
I
whatsoever.
shall merely admit to the entire world that my experiment.
And the theme of that episode will just be his playground.
However,
Another
my
similar
line of
one
thinking
is
will
when
not fail, because I have already planted the seeds
they
of doubt
did a
into the
Schoolhouse
hearts
Rock
of the
episode,
masses.
basically, with the actual voice from
Actions
Schoolhouse
speak
Rock.
louder than words.
The guy who voiced the Bill and a bunch of
With
other
the
characters
assembly
on there.
about to begin,
And it was like the main narrator of
don't
Schoolhouse
forget
Rock.
the promise you've made.
The other
I've
hand, though,
searched for so long.
is Butch would often
I'm willing to
find
try
like
one more
one
time.
joke,
While
and
we
he'd want to
converse,
make that
his
bit
life
the
is
through
also
line
slowly
of
slipping
the
away.
entire short.
But
Like the
before
joke
I
is,
leave,
we're going to do a parody
have
of
another
Green Eggs and
question.
Ham.
What exactly did we witness just now?
Which a good majority of early Fairy Odd Parent
That was the
episodes
world imprinted
were
in
like that
Kefali's
too,
soul.
where it's like there'd be
If we
a
are to
single bit
prove its
that was the
existence,
idea, and it would be the
you
through
must
line of
take
the
the
entire
final
episode.
step.
That degrades in Fairly Odd
Do not
Parents
disappoint me.
For
I understand.
quite a while after that, but he wasn't the only one working on it, so it's like he had more
Child of humanity.
control early on, and he kind of eased up because it just became
Don't
a hassle.
get antsy. I still remember the question you posed to me. As a scholar, I do not wish to offer up ambiguous conclusions.
Wish more Scooby-Doo movies would follow
Let's
Zombie
discuss
Island
this
because it's the
topic
best
again
Scooby-Doo
when
movie.
she manages
I
to
don't
find the
personally think
evidence.
so, but it's a really good movie. So, you know, valid opinion.
I wanted to ask, was that
I could probably
story
only think of maybe one or two Scooby-Doo movies that if somebody said it was their favorite, I'd have to be like, get real, pick a better one, please.
is
And I don't even know if I know the names of them. A lot of that stuff was stuff that came way later, right? More contemporary
Why not?
stuff.
When I was a child,
Most
I
Scooby
lost
movies are good in general.
When I
But
was
that
a
one,
teenager,
what was the? There was another one that had
a while
a lot
back,
of the same
although
tension
they saved my
to it.
life,
Witch's Ghost,
I also
right?
lost my soul in the process.
Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost is another
Now
really
I
good
know
one
it
that's kind of
will
like in
sink
the
in my
vein of
body.
Zombie Island.
What's the big deal?
Which, of course, a lot of people like just because
Why are
the
you
Hex Girls
always
are in it.
finding ways to die?
My personal favorite
Isn't it good to be alive?
is the Boo Brothers. I could watch Scooby-Doo meets the Boo Brothers
is but a
over and
necessary
over and over
sacrifice
again,
on my path to transform
and probably
into the
never get tired of
purest
that
of
movie.
them all.
It is such a classic. I really like that
Someone
era
who's
of
dead
Scooby-Doo movies.
even claim to be the
Reluctant
purest of
Werewolf
them
is
all?
another just excellent one.
Furthermore, if If your hypothesis is
I even
proven
like
correct,
Scooby-Doo in the Ghoul School.
does it not just
Though that one I think
confirm
is a
the
little
myths
bit
are
weaker than
true,
Boo Brothers and Reluctant
and
Werewolf.
thereby invalidate all your theories?
No, it's just the opposite.
Yeah, Butch
If
did
my
also make Danny Phantom. You
hypothesis
could
is
tell
correct,
from the art style.
it means that I can actually ascend to godhood and reshape this absurd world that you all have created.
See, L Supersonic Q has a very good video about the pitch pilot for Johnny Bravo and While We'll Never See It. I'll try to remember to check that out sometime.
Lady Aglaia, please.
Did Shaggy think Fred was a bat in Witch's Ghost? Dude, I don't remember.
Go on.
I think...
You know that the core flame of death has
I think the
always
last
been
time
the
I saw
greatest unknown
Witch's
regarding
Ghost,
the Era Nova, which is why both
the
you and
last 2
Highness
digits of the
decided
year
to
still
gain
started with
power
0.
to control that core flame in the approaching citizens' assembly.
I remember really liking it the last time I watched it.
Professor Anaxa has come to a consensus with Kindness.
I watched it a lot of times when it was still kind of like a new movie. It aired all the time.
Hoping thus to eradicate death from this world.
But I also don't think I've seen it since it was still a relatively new movie.
Journey will cease, and Akama can enjoy everlasting peace.
I've watched clips of the Hex Girl since then.
To your wishes. So long as we do not usher in Era Nova,
But that's about it.
The Black Tide will never be eradicated. Even with Lord Mighty on the front line, and the Black Tide not posing an immediate risk, the danger nevertheless remains. Honestly, it's difficult for me to assess the pros and cons.
I think a lot of the
But someone must.
Yeah, I actually was about to bring that one up where Shaggy dated an alien. There was a dip around Cyber Chase. And I think it's because like instead of going with a higher budget in a different animation studio, the people who made Cyber Chase were the same studio that was making the show at the time. Right. I mean, obviously, all of this was at WB and everything, but the sub studio is at WB because they have a lot of different ones. But I can't remember which one that was the name of the one where he dated the alien. It was when they were in the outback of like Australia, and there was the what do you call the Yawiwahu or Wahi? I can't remember what that creature's called, but it's basically the Aboriginal Australian vampire, right?
Lord Mighty showed me that without taking the first step, all talk about
and the alien's name, I believe, was Crystal. One of them was. I don't remember if Crystal was the alien or the dog, but there was also a dog alien too that Scooby was into. It's like they were like double dating.
I hope to hear you speak your mind, Cass, and I am glad to have heard your true thoughts.
I've probably only seen that movie like once, maybe twice.
In the past.
But it's also been a really, really long time since I've seen it, so I can picture it in my head, but vague pictures of memories of it in my head are all I have.
You are someone who has cheated death. I believe you have.
I remember the alien was dressed like a hippie.
And meet the god of death himself. Castorus, I too look forward to your journey. I wonder what kind
she
of
had like
new
the headband,
interpretations your completed
and she had like
story will
the
bring to
suede
flame chase journey.
kind of like vest with the tassels.
Thank you, Lady Aglaia.
I hate to put a damper on this.
I don't think it was probably a bad movie at all. I don't remember disliking it when I watched it. I just have not seen it since then.
Island surrounded by the river of Souls torrents. Then how do we find a way in? Lady Treby is probably...
Are the Australian Aboriginals better off than the Native Americans? The settlers don't want their land? Well, they did at one point. No, they had to give like protection rights and stuff like that as well. Maybe you could argue they are these days, yeah, but they went through a lot of the same stuff originally.
Then it follows that the demigod who inherited their divinity must be capable of the same.
I think it is a perspective as to whether you consider them better off or not. They've lived in that land a lot longer, so they are better at faring in it, but it is also
ancient city.
A lot longer than the people who live there, aside from them now. But it's also like one of the worst landscapes you can live in. So, yeah, that's really just going to be down to perspective there. Like it's a tough environment to survive in. There are worse. There are freezing cold environments that are way worse to live in. Like nobody would want to have to live like that in Antarctica or something.
Is the debate finally over? Did you win?
But it's awful.
Really? But the look on your face says otherwise. Well, moving on. I was hard at work even while you were at the debate. I borrowed a mountain of books from Cass to see if I could find a way to solve your problem. Let's see. I still have...
Nobody wants the Eskimos land? Well, that's only because they particularly haven't found many natural resources underneath it.
Really? Oh, that's fantastic
Though,
news.
historically, they have moved some people off of land where they have found oil, so...
Especially if you're as intelligent as them.
The remaining Eskimos or Inuits and the other few tribes up there that are around are lucky because they already happen to be on land that people found nothing underneath.
Why are my eyelids so heavy all of a sudden? Oh, you're right. Then I'll go back to...
Though I think also these days they have protections too, right? So it's more lucky you didn't find anything underneath their land before protections were put out.
Good night, Mem. Good night, Akuma.
How do you say good night? You know, like I said, there's no night in Akuma. Though I guess actually more so you could argue there's no day in Akuma.
Cass? What a surprise.
Lady Treby.
Is something troubling you?
I just wanted to speak to Lady Trian for a bit before I set off. No matter how breathtakingly beautiful Styxia once was, the place is now the domain of the departed. There is no telling what we'll encounter there.
I think... Yeah, we're going to Styxia next, right? So Pollux is the next boss that we're going to be fighting.
Your eyes are sparkling today?
Is that a figure of speech?
In the past, when you did smile...
So Pollux is also one of the two...
Your heart remained troubled, even as you smiled.
Apocalyptic shadow bosses that are currently right now.
Well, that see you tomorrow is nothing but a white lie.
And I was struggling on it. I mean, I beat it on stage 3.
Cass, you hardly
but
talked of your
stage
past.
4, like I said, I think Evernight has the damage. I just don't think we can break it fast enough. I think that's the issue. I was saying this earlier. Same with like Cocolio. Cocolio, like
Every Chrysosaur is destined to live out.
I tried doing stage 4. Cocolio just killed one of my people. I think it was Acheron. I think he just randomly decided to kill Acheron.
Isn't it a little too soon to say that?
It was painful.
But you already
But
know
that's because I just tried to use Acheron to break faster.
There's no need to rely on anyone else.
But I still don't know, like, emergency heal or whatever. Maybe saving it. It was tough. I don't know if this account has it. The builds aren't the best here. I think it maybe, like, we just drop Acheron because she doesn't help and only do dot on that side. But then I still have to think about survivability. Because Gallagher is starting to show his age with keeping people alive.
This feeling... It's hard to put into words.
But Gallagher's so good for breaking, especially when they're fire weak, you know? Like, you kind of just want him there.
Accomplish before setting off.
Then go do it, Cass.
I'll consider what I need to do
Was actually
to try to beat
working on a
APOC.
surprise gift for you.
But the same with, like, the Pollock side, I just don't know
But now
if we
Trin
can
and I are
break
working on it.
her fast
I'll make
enough
sure to give it to you.
for Evernight to clear right now.
Let's meet back here when you return from Styxia. Safe travel.
Combined with our damage. Maybe the slow break would be fine if I could ramp up the damage even more. But I think I would need a couple thousand more HP on
Who could it be?
Evernight before I could do that. Because she's only in the 6,000s. If I could get her up to 10,000 HP, that would solve, I think, probably all of our problems. Because then I don't really care how slow we're breaking. I'm just killing her during the break phase.
It's me.
Let's see. Why is not Greece named after the Japanese word for evil? I don't know. It's that's their word for the equivalent of well, I know Akima, the main place that we're in, is basically Athens. We also have Styxia, which obviously is named after the river Styx, which is the place we're going to.
Huh? No.
I'm trying to think of all the different names that we have. Most of the names here are very, very Greek.
If it isn't too much to ask, I'd really like it if you could come along with me to...
The main place is called Amphorius. Or they pronounce it Amphorius. Which has a kind of like a Greek way of doing things. Even the way they spell Akima, though, it's very...
Shall we?
Like a Greek spelling.
I'd love to go in. Have you heard? Seems like
What are the other places? Kremnos is one of the places, or Castrum Kremnos. I forgot the name of the Sky Fortress.
The streets are packed.
I want to vote. Tell me how I can vote.
Take your ceramic shard engraved with the Kephali rune. Select the Council of Elders in your heart and pray silently until the shard registers your choice. Then toss
Yeah,
it
see, that's
into the
very
rune.
Athenian. We're going to vote with ceramic shards.
The Council of Elders? More like the Council of Buffoons? The Black Tide took my hometown long ago! Who are they kidding with bringing back Erechrysia? It's all a sham to create their own Erechrysia in Akima!
The Titans are just. So long as we do not overstep our bounds again, we will not incur divine wrath.
Oh, please. The time when
I think my
the
only
Great
problem with
Titans
the naming
should have vacated their
mechanisms
spots
for the
with
towns
demigods is long
is that
overdue. You'll see
not
soon
every
enough,
city-state
bogey.
in Helenia
And I pray that Talantis
was named
snaps
after
some
a
sense
god,
into you with their scales.
but a lot of
We
the
shall see how
most
this turns
important
out.
ones were named after a god. So you would think Akima
Quite a spectacle.
here, Akima, would actually be named after one of the most important gods instead, and it's not,
Correct,
right?
if no actual violence happened. To this day, I still find it almost unreal that Akima is the only place illuminated by light amidst the crumbling ruins of Amphorius. And its people are even holding votes to reconcile differing opinions. This peaceful
Like if
sight
the
is
world-bearing titan, the one who
forget
keeps
that
them
this is
alive,
the end
is
times.
Kephalis, you'd think the name of the place would be Kephels or something, right? Kephala. Some conjugate of Kephalis' name.
I had lived for many years in Idonia, a city of rime and frost. The people there were devotees of Thanatos, and were well known for their unique burial rites and traditions. Traditions that I played a major role in. Yes. You now know me as the Mortician of Akama. But back in those days, I was Idonia's Maiden of War. I was trudging across the frosty plains on my own when the Idonians found me.
Through
They
the
saw the curse in me
basis
as a
setting or
pulsing from Thanatos,
flat it
and
set a
believed that my
story
hands could
in the
correct
Axum
the
Empire, how many
Arachasia's
people
mistake
would know?
and lead
Very
them to
few.
meet the great god of death. They provided me shelter, but
Well, even with
in
these
return,
stories, right?
I was expected
The
to
people who
grant
make
merciful
the
deaths to
this
war
story here
captives,
are a bunch of
prisoners
nerds.
bound for
That's not an
execution,
insult.
and heroes alike.
I appreciate him for that. In a lot of the same ways, I'm a nerd too. But the vast majority of the people who play these games do not get all, like,
No matter how kind or
even
cold
a
one
fraction of
is,
the references
nothing can change the essence
that they
of
put into
death.
these games.
Taking away someone's life is never worthy of religious worship.
They don't know the influences. Most people don't know history. Most people don't know movies even. They don't know the music.
Pierce my ears. The pleading.
A random audience member might get one facet that they're like really interested in. But they're not getting most things.
I know that feeling.
There's so much stuff in there. There's definitely things I'm missing, for sure.
As you are now. But you must respect those walking towards death. Just like how you should respect yourself. as
But
the
outside of
Holy
like,
Maiden granting humans
we'll even just take
and
the
liberation.
Hellenism
What you're
influence
asking
of
me
this
to do is
particular
no
story.
better than the task of an executioner. And yet you
Outside
want
of the
me to
main
respect
Olympians and some of the most common stories that get referenced everywhere, a lot of people don't even know that almost all of these names are names that already existed in Hellenism,
Fanatical
right?
nether warriors have faced death. On the contrary, recruits new to the battlefield
Like,
often run
maybe
away
the
from
fact
their
that the
first
god of
fight.
death is named Thanatos, people
Death
might recognize
is
that.
the mightiest
Who is the
and
actual, like...
greatest power in this world.
Oh god, I don't want to call him a
fact that you can
god,
wield it
because
means you
even
are deserving of
the
respect.
Hellenistic people did not call things gods. They have different names for stuff.
That's
I guess Thanatos is maybe the equivalent of a titan, though his group of people were not called
Then
that.
let me tell you
He is the child
a story.
of the
In
progenitoi,
the great swords
or the
commonly used by
progenitators.
executioners are called
Yeah, I mean, you can call him a
Draconic.
titan, but they didn't actually ever use the word for him.
Memory of
But
Dracon
generationally,
and elderly
he's at the same tier as a titan, so that is a
The
fitting
sword
word
has
for that.
3 air holes along its body. If
Because
the
he comes
sword
from
is
the
swung down
offspring
swiftly
of
and
Nyx,
accurately,
right? Which is
the holes
a
would
completely
make no
different
sound,
branch.
and the executed would also depart this world quickly.
But the fact that he's the generation after the
But
progenitoi,
should the executioner
titan
have
is probably still a fitting word for him.
the holes would produce a piercing
So,
whistle.
maybe a coin flip whether somebody is familiar with Thanatos or not. You know, he's popped up in other things. Heck, Thanatos has been in Kid Icarus, right? He's popped up in a lot of other things. That one somebody might know. But a lot of these other ones
must be more resolute than the last, for failing to do so will bring pain.
Or when they name somebody after,
for the dying,
like an ancient
as well as
philosopher.
pain for themselves.
No, most people aren't going to get those names.
No. I can never get used to this.
You misunderstand, child. I am not telling you to get used to it. I'm asking you to consider the source of the dead's suffering and use that knowledge to fortify your future touches with more and more determination. Go, walk with the dead and love them as you love life. Then you'll no longer hear those noises.
Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die. No!
So now we're just gonna have Castries here just like touch people to death. Because that's what she does. But even with Thanatos, like, that's what I'm saying, it's kind of a coin flip, if people know. Because he's in a lot of things. But also, at the same time, a lot of people who don't know who Thanatos is wrongfully assume that, like, Hades is the god of death, when he's not. He's actually just the ruler of the underworld. That's his domain.
May you gain some insights through his sacrifice.
Is this all?
No.
And technically, like, if you divide death into a lot of things, there are several different
This is
deities
just
of
the
death.
beginning of your life as the Maiden of War.
Right, there's also, like, Thanatos' sibling Styx, who people think is just a river, which technically she is a river, but the river is also a god. Because there are many places where, like, a domain or an area is also a god.
Holy Maiden.
Go.
We have to
Grant
kill,
her
we have to kill.
glorious death.
Dun, dun, dun.
Do it then, executioner.
You heard him.
I curse you to live in eternal pain.
This is a functional team right now. I don't like the order the team's in,
Grant me release.
necessarily, but this is a functional team.
What to do?
I don't... Do I have to fight? I might have to fight. Maybe I should change my team order. I don't know if I want to, though. The only thing I want to change here is the order of these two. Just because I don't know if it'll matter. Since I think Remembrance at base all have the exact same taunt value. But I think the act of healing and the number of... what's it called? The number of attacks that Ika will do should increase her taunt value. Actually, I think Ika has more taunt value than anybody on this team by himself. And I would rather her be in between them just for potential energy.
Fulfill your...
That gets screwed up with memo sprites anyway, because for 3-hit attacks, the memo sprite counts as one. So the attack may not even hit somebody who could benefit from getting more energy back.
The time has come for me to heed the summons of Thanatos and journey to their domain. The final resting place of every...
But for some reason, I feel like I'm going to have to fight that big guy there. I don't remember.
Not that old yet.
It's been
You still have many years
like
ahead
months
of you.
since I've played this.
No. I'm already...
But I feel like I should be fighting something here. It's been a while since we fought
I have
something.
come to fear my declining
It's been
health
quite a while.
and impending...
What are you talking about in the chat? Fizz is still going on about the Axum Empire.
Will you give me one last chance to charge towards fear and prove that I am no
So that's about it.
coward?
Okay.
I can't take this anymore.
Child, it was I who brought you here. From the frosty
I guess it is kind of
plains
interesting that they are
and set your
currently,
farcical fate.
even in, since you bring it up in Ethiopia,
It was
that there is
also I,
another separate old branch of Christianity going on there
Idonia,
that isn't...
who forced the heavy duty
the current branches of Catholic or Orthodox, which were technically one thing at one point in time. This is a different fork that's older than that. That's kind of cool, you know, to think about. I don't know anybody who does anything with that.
And about me.
There's a few other like really old branches that have stayed like enclaves of certain parts of the world, but that's about it.
Indeed.
You know, everything else is a descendant of
essentially
the very first Catholics.
Abducted you. Yet you can end any sinful life with just a touch of your fingers. Shouldn't it be easy for you to escape from here?
I'll never do that. It doesn't matter how lightly the Idonians take death, or how readily they accept it. I simply can't do it.
I knew I was right about you.
I know most of the other branches that aren't Catholic are between sections of Africa and the Middle East. That's which is obviously the section where the religion actually originates from, so you'd expect that to be where it is.
It's been with you since your
Catholicism's just been able to travel a lot more than any other version.
No one else in the world would understand the weight of life and death more than you do. In the eyes of an Idonian, death is the end of all life. A destination we will all eventually reach. Humans should not resist it, but learn how to face it. You can only live your life to the fullest after understanding this principle. And when you do, even if you eventually leave Idonia's protection, even if you must carry the curse forever, you can live with your head held high, like everyone.
This person's sick in the head.
No. How can I?
Like, I kind of even get their kind of cult religion in general, like how it forms and why most people, I mean, there's a lot of people throughout history that worship death itself.
Holy maiden.
And I don't think that's even a problem. That makes sense. It makes sense why there's a lot of death worshippers. Everybody gets there eventually, right?
Come now.
You should have like respect and reverence for it. But this particular lady is sick in the head. The way she's talking.
Show me that you are a fitting.
Oh yeah, we do have to fight this guy.
Or at least that you possess the resolve.
May this faint light dispel the gloom, restore the skies.
May death protect us!
Yeah, let's go, Trial Castris. Do no damage. Wow, we didn't even get a full rotation there.
This was
That was
the
lame.
last time I followed her command. I gently touched the elderly woman before me. The executioner, who had seen too much death, died the same way as everyone else. I gasped for air, a wistful look in her eyes, and a barely perceptible tremor in her fingertips. Elder Amunet, the person who tried to teach me about death, ultimately vanished like dew in the morning mist. She spent her life embodying the beliefs of the Idonians, and when death finally came, she embraced it exactly as their doctrine had taught. I have nothing but respect for her. I erected a cenotaph in her honor in the marshes outside Idonia's city walls with the others I had laid to rest. Then, I set out once more in search of Thanatos. It was a long, long journey. I heard so many discussions about death along the way. Life finds meaning in death. The world improves because there is an end. It seems the most terrible darkness in this world. Everyone talks about its heavy weight. Some resist it, some worship it, and some even revere it. How did a disappeared titan become the deepest fear of humankind? And why do they haunt my dreams? I continued my travels to seek an answer. Initially, I was running away. Then, I started searching for it. And now, at the end, I just want to know if my touch, if my embrace, can do more than taking things away. Can I make anything? Can I leave anything behind?
You don't know how Moses is viewed in Christianity? Very positively.
I don't want to die, please. I don't want mercy like this. Just let me go. I need him. I don't.
I hate these icy hands.
Like, at least from my experience growing up in the church for like my entire life, when it comes to the Old Testament, it's probably like the single most revered person in it. Which makes sense, given the fact that the religion Christianity stems from, Moshe, is the most important person to that religion. So I think one follows the other in that regard.
Get it over with. End its suffering. The Reaper has blessed your hands. Only you can grant them peace.
In fact, there's some arguments that certain aspects of Christ's story in the New Testament were specifically modeled to follow Moses' story. So, there's reasons for that.
Embrace death. Walk alongside it.
And that's just to say that there are conflicting accounts of Christ's childhood within the same text. So, one of them writes his childhood in a very similar way to where he's avoiding a massacre of baby boys in the same way that Moses was. See, weird that you've heard a lot of Americans say Islam hates Jesus. Well, to be fair, most Americans don't understand how Islam views Isa. At all. But most Americans don't know the first thing about Islam, so don't be surprised with that. Also, to be fair, most Americans don't know the first thing about any religion, aside from the one they particularly practice. The only reason they know anything about Hellenism is because the Greek myths were taught in school. And even then they have like a weird understanding of it, so I wouldn't take it too hard. That, and I guess it's been put in movies too. Same with like the Norse stuff. The only reason they even remotely know anything about Norse is because a lot of those stories end up in movies. Which also means they have a lot of misconceptions about it because they're not portrayed well in movies.
Have gone, heeding death's summon, crossing into their domain. I must go too. I don't fear it, just I have some regrets. Watching people leave this world again and again, it must be lonely for you. You must want to desperately embrace them before they go.
I can't. These hands, they're too cold.
But Big Sister Castoris, your hands are so warm. Just like anyone else's. So go on. Don't hold back.
Yeah, she's had a pretty sad life, given the fact that she's lived for... is she over 1,000 at this point? I forget what her story started, but she's lived for at least hundreds of years. I think she's far enough back that she was probably at the beginning, which I know over 1,000 years has passed for the Akuma incident. But she's lived for hundreds of years. And it's had to like watch everyone die, but she's never even been able to get close to anyone because anybody she touches dies. I actually waited to watch this until I saw it in the patch. Like, I appreciate that they're putting these scenes up on the YouTube for people to watch. I kind of wish that they waited until maybe even the day or two after the patch, but I guess if you get ahead of it, well, people are going to do their reaction stuff anyway. You could get a lot more views on yours just by putting it out right away. But I don't want to watch it because this is stuff that shows up in the story. It's like I'd rather experience it in the story where it shows up.
On the day that Oryx's trial ended, you must have had many questions. I felt just as confused. Why, as someone from beyond the sky, were you so cruelly dragged into Amphorius's fate? I wished I could take action, but no matter how hard I try, I cannot simply interact with the living as ordinary people do. Even when we brushed against each other unintentionally in the grove, and it was obvious that nothing had happened. When an almost unattainable hope finally welled up in my heart. When I thought that perhaps my touch would no longer bring sorrow, fate declared to me, it wasn't that the curse of death had finally been lifted, but that your soul no longer belonged to this world. And there was nothing left for my hands to take. Nothing. And did I really think...
Oh yeah, this is the part where they reveal that technically our character's been dead the whole time we've been here.
I don't understand this reality. Just that I'm unwilling to accept it. Having walked such a a long road. I am still unable to find the answer to life and death. I am resigned to eternal despair. Anything I wish to hold on to, death will inevitably wrest from my grasp. From that moment on, I lacked the courage to confirm it again. Until Ornyx laid bare the cruel truth before us. But now, perhaps I might have one last chance. Long ago, Trinan read a prophecy to me. At the end of the Sea of Flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation. I found no surprise in it, for her words sounded not like a foretelling, but a perfect reflection of my past. Embraces in this world are born of reunions, yet my touch speaks only of farewells. In that moment, I had no doubt that this destiny would weave itself through the entirety of my life. And yet, things have taken a turn for the better. Now that I can finally have an audience with Thanatos, perhaps I can rewrite the meaning of that fated prophecy. I have no reason not to give it my all. For your sake, and for my own. With that, I won't have any regrets.
Okay, but when do we get to go to Styxia? How long are we still going to be here in the city? Watching scenes. I want to kill stuff.
Let's put that aside for the moment.
No, more talking, okay.
We've arrived. I want to retrieve a small gift I specially prepared for you. I made it myself, like the trinket I gave Lady Trian. I want to leave something for everyone, if possible. The journey to seek an audience with the Death Titan cannot be an easy one. I want to make full use of every moment I have before we depart, so that I don't have any regrets. Then, perhaps you can have a look at it first. You don't have to take it if you don't like it. Look, it's right there. Huh? Where did it go?
It is not right there.
What's
at all.
Going on? This is the coin of Zagreus and a slate.
Cipher.
So it's her.
Yay, we're soon gonna meet the best character in this section of the story.
It's Lady Cipher, the demigod of Zagreus whom Lady Aglaia had spoken of. She's a master thief who's left legendary tales all over
The trickster
Infamous.
demigod is a literal cat burglar.
So many years have passed, yet she's still announcing herself in such a crass manner. Let's just do as the slate says and look for Lady Cipher. Look, it's right there. We must pursue her.
Follow that arrow. That's actually more of a javelin.
This is a trick she left for us. incorrigible. Follow me. This is the right one.
Is it
We
now?
must pursue her.
I would assume both are wrong.
Lady Cypher, please come on out.
You're still careless as ever. Shouldn't you keep such a precious gift near your bosom?
Since you know it's a gift for someone else, please give it back to me. Stop hiding among the people and letting the wind carry your voice.
Now, since I know it's a gift, that just means I need to milk its worth. The children of the wind never stay for long in one place. Unless your offer is tempting enough to still the wind. What say you?
Name your price. I'll give you however much you want. I'm sorry. Bargaining is really not my forte.
No wonder they call you Princess Homebody. Why don't you two come over to my place? It'll make a better venue for proper business discussions. You can find where I live through the winds I've sown. Right.
Piece of cake. I can do that even if I can only sense your soul.
Alright, I'll see you there. Oh, by the way, everyone cool with me collecting a deposit before we reach an agreement, right? Now, come this way.
Hey, you can't steal my stuff.
Where did divine blood go?
She's incorrigible. Follow me.
I think she's on the rooftops. I think that's where we're going.
Does it really work?
At least I know my way around this city by now. Bartholos, what are you doing here? Yeah, I don't want to talk to you, actually. You're just taking up my time.
Here we are.
Over here! Over here! No, not that way! This way! Come on. If I really wanted to hide, you'd never find me. So relax, you two. No need to get your hackles up. I'm not that scary, am I? Meow.
Alas, a character that meows has appeared.
No way. Some people might have been into that a millennium ago, but it's long since gone out of style. Loosen up, buddy. Shall we get down to business?
Give me the jewelry piece first. Or everything's off the table.
It's a piece of
The materials are nothing to wow at, but the workmanship is superb as always. You're still skilled as ever, even after all this time. And you've put a lot of heart into this one.
Mind your own business.
Oh, come now. Don't be so upset. Relax. Relax. Look. Isn't the view here just great? You can see what everyone is doing and where they're going, and they won't even know you're here. Now that we've broken the ice, let's get to the point. Everything I've said so far has been a joke. I'm inviting you two here for 3 things. 1. The seamstress found me and wants me to take you to Styxia to look for the Death Titan. 2. The Council of Elders also found me and wants me to make sure the core flame of Thanatos ends up in their hands.
You're that famous?
Of course. I may keep a low profile, but I'm still a bona fide demigod. And last, but not least, I'm telling you that I'm not interested in doing either of those things. Don't go look for the Death Titan. The end. Well, this is some high-quality stuff. And this room is full of it. How much are these worth, Did you get all this through that Aranova gimmick?
Some of it is family fortune, while the rest came from my business as a dressmaster. Don't liken the flame chase work to your shady dealings.
Wow. I should have busted down your door instead of going around like a thief. Well, spill. Why are you giving me so much money?
Payment for doing work. You're worth this much.
Did you forget my stance to all this? I thought I made myself very clear.
You wish to run away. Run away from your responsibilities, from the prophecy, and from your destiny. You shall walk with greed and die over petty change. I understand this prophecy weighs on you immensely. That is why I have never reproached the demigod of trickery for running away. But I need you right now, so don't turn me down.
You know, maybe the gods got your tongue with their golden threads, Aglaya. I'm not hearing any sincerity in your words. Give me a reason why you're bowing your noble head to me.
We lost Trian.
Oh.
The divine power of passages is running out. I need another demigod to escort Castoris and help her fulfill her lifelong wish.
Oh, I get it now. You're sending Castoris to her death. And you want me to die with her.
This is Castoris' own request. I have never seen her so determined.
She brought this up herself? You're not pulling my leg.
Where's my water?
She's also made up her mind to leave her confused past behind. As will you, Cypher, when you finally make up your mind.
Don't be so sure. Time is hard in the likes of you and I. But Castoris remains pure as driven snow. She can always turn back before the end, you know? Maybe she'll remember Trian's sacrifice. Maybe she'll remember the countless martyred Chrysos heirs. Maybe she'll remember you, with your one foot in the grave. I ain't as optimistic as you about what she'll want to do. Tell you what, why don't I take this room of treasures as a security deposit, and we make a bet?
Go on.
I bet she'll change her mind and turn back. Now, if I lose,
It's a poor bet.
I'll do what you want me to do. Return this deposit to you, plus giving you another room full of treasures. How does that sound?
You sound like you have
Who
all
is
the
Cypher's
confidence
parents?
in the world. In that case,
Well, she was from...
let's make a pact with those conditions. I hope you're prepared
I guess
to
a
lose
city,
it all.
city-state type thing. I think a town a long time
In
ago,
conclusion,
where there were other cat people like
I
her.
want to win.
But
So
they've,
I
I
hope
think
you
they've
two
since
can give up on
disappeared.
going to
She's like the only
Styxia.
one remaining.
I'll give all the treasures in
They
that
were taken
room
by the
to
Black Tide,
you. You
and
can
she
explore
ended
between
up
yourselves.
living
However you
in
want.
Akuma here for most
What
of
do
her
you
life.
Tempting,
Kind of
right?
as a street urchin, but also partially being raised by Aglaya, the person she was just talking
I
to.
decline. If we don't find the
Until
death
she became a
coven,
demigod, and she's been running
soul-
around for, I don't know, hundreds of years now.
I can't go into the details, but we have to go to Styxia.
But we don't know her parents. We never met her parents.
I really don't get how. Princess, homebuddy, you keep talking about needing to find Thanatos, about getting rid of your curse, and you don't care about anything else. But did you ever live for your own pleasure? Even for just one day?
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying, contrary to your beliefs, Aglaya didn't take you in just so you can die for her Aranova.
Oh, so they call them demigods. None of them are actually the children of gods. This was explained earlier. In this world, a demigod is somebody who inherits the core flame, or well, actually they give up the core flame, but they inherit the role and power of a titan after the titan passes.
It's not like I was gonna honor that bet anyway. But listen
So
to me.
more or less, it's better to just
Styxia
call them gods,
is
but the game
no
calls them
tourist
demigods.
destination. Sure, the treasures buried in there are 10, no, 50 times richer than Aglaya's vault. Yet,
And I
I've
mean,
never been
technically,
there.
demigod
And I never
means
plan to.
the step below
Because
a
even
god.
a demigod can't be sure they can walk out of that.
So it's
place
still kind of appropriate to use that word for them.
And now
But
I'm supposed to escort you to Styxia. Sure.
yeah,
Pay
that's just the word they use.
Me too. I have lived a longer life than most people. Though I'm not as good at doing business as Lady Aglaya, I still have some savings. I can give them all to you.
Then how are you going to live the rest of your life?
Then I'll give you 90. No, 80%.
Well, don't mind if I do. 80% of Castrus's savings and a bottle of dew of divine blood. Not a bad trade. Okay. I didn't know you hold grudges. Gray mystery. Here! Catch.
Be careful with that!
Demigods are
change
characters
your
like
plans,
Heracles and Perseus.
Don't
Yeah.
go to the bath tomorrow. Come look for me at Akuma's city gates instead.
Like, that's how it is in the actual
The meeting place.
Hellenism. But even then, like that
Nothing really.
that word comes
Just a bit
later.
Scared of the seamstress's frosty face.
They didn't call them demigods
I
at
wouldn't
the
stay a
time.
second longer in Akuma if it were up to me.
Mostly because the word god wasn't used at the time.
Now that we've struck a deal, why don't I give you guys a lift back? It's gonna be a long ride. So have a good rest.
Where am I? Is this my room?
My favorite scene in all of Emphorius is about to come up, though.
This is a coin? It was Cypher? Had she even tucked me in? Never mind. It's getting late. I'd better get going.
What's this?
This is Castorus's gift.
Oh, that's pretty.
Have you heard? Seems like all the rooms are full. I don't know how long
Some of these doors just take forever. I get why they are. They're technically... They're loading screens, more or less. They're hiding loading screens. So... They take even longer on my computer because of where it has to retrieve the information from. But depending on how quickly it gets the information, the doors vary in how long they take to open. Why am I running? I should have opened my map and checked where we were going in the first place. There we are.
Bright and sunny. Just the weather for farewells.
You're here.
Totally. The trio team is the best set up to reach the finals. No need, I already told her. She's fine with it. You sure know how to put me in a spot, Castorus. I need to travel with you, but I can't touch you. What a bother.
Sorry.
Aw, I was just teasing. Don't take it to heart.
I wish I had Cypher on this account.
Did you know that
She'd
they
also
often
be
say
pretty
you have to
decent for
put
this
an
team.
oval into the mouth of the dead
Just
or
because
over their eyes if you want them to
the Remembrance
successfully
team,
cross the river of
which I only
souls
have
and
3
enter the
Remembrance
nether
characters,
realm.
obviously a 4th one would be better than having Cypher. But they don't really need
That's the fairy fare for entering the nether
support, like a Harmony
However,
or anything.
I honestly
They do
won't
enough
ask
damage
you
on
to
its
pay
own.
this time.
Because the Trailblazer kind of functions
And
like
then
that
we'll
type
just
of
have you
support.
go through the motions.
So having a character like Castorus who just has Defense Shred,
Hey!
and
I'm just
also,
trying to
or not
make this
Castorus,
journey feel more special,
Cypher.
Okay?
I don't want Castorus at
Don't
all.
read too much into it.
I was looking at her when I said that, and her name popped in my head.
All right.
A character like
Pass me the
Cypher,
coin.
who does Defense
It's
Shred,
time to get the
and
gods'
also like
powers
racks up
going.
this
The fleet-footed trip to the nether realm. Here we
like
come.
overflow damage that
Oh,
she can then
one last
execute
thing
somebody
before
with
we
over
go.
time
I gotta give you
would
this
be a lot
piece of
better
advice.
for this team,
Especially to
especially
you,
because this team struggles with a single
Princess
target,
Homebody.
and Cypher would have like
You
solved
can't
the single
catch the
target
wind
problem.
by waiting.
I just don't have her.
You only
I have her on my
live
other
once.
account. Just
So
don't have her
make
here.
the most of
She would also
every
solve a
moment
lot of
you
the
have.
Acheron problems too. Like I probably wouldn't have an issue
Get ready.
with
Be steady.
today's Apocalyptic Shadow if I had her. I love this scene.
Hi, your turn. Don't be nervous. After all, it'll be gone in the blink of an eye. All done. Bye-bye.
Some speedster shit, and I love it.
Are you feeling all right?
The demigod Orpheus. You don't know if he could get
He's the
a
demigod of trickery.
video game series? I think he's been
When she
in
puts the
video
coin of
games.
whimsy in
His
the
story
field,
just
she gains incredible
it's
speed
not
that
enough
lets
for you
her
to make a
travel
series
anywhere
out
in
of,
an
I guess.
instant.
Unless I don't know, like they do with anything, they just start making shit up.
Just like how she clearly had no intention of lingering here for even a second longer. We can only depend on ourselves for the rest of the way.
Don't worry. Mem's here to
Though I
help.
guess if you wanted to have made a roguelike video game about somebody escaping, the underworld, he would have been a better main character if you wanted to use one that already existed the way he was in mythology and not just taking the name of somebody else and planting him into that role.
Anaxa hypothesizes that the
Totally could have done that. Game devs.
This is the
Was an
land of
option.
their birth. Or perhaps of their
What about Theseus? Yeah, you actually probably could make an entire game about Theseus, like a pretty long one. You just like any regard though, you'd have to probably take a lot of creative liberties to make it long enough. He's definitely got more potential though for variety.
He was pulled by Thanatos and caught a glimpse of the flowing river of souls.
I think you could probably do that with a few different characters though. You would still be making a lot of stuff up, but there's more to build off of with certain ones. Like Jason. You could totally do a lot with Jason.
Even though
right?
Thanatos has been missing for 1,000 years, and even their followers haven't been able to find them.
Or just the whole crew of the Argos.
Perhaps that special attraction could summon them here.
Oh, so are we going to use that Philosopher's Stone to conjure the Titan?
I guess that's the only way. The only leads we have now are the name of this city and the fairy tale about the dragon.
Thanatos is even more mysterious than I am.
Indeed. Even one as erudite as Anaxa could only...
It's a little full of yourself there, Mem, don't you think?
We will be entering
quite a bit of an ego. Fitting character, actually, to have a bit of an ego. I'll actually have to consider that. The character she's based off of, Alicia, in Honkai Impact 3rd, was the Hersher of human ego. So,
perhaps fate might take pity on us.
I guess if anybody should have that personality, it should be her. Hey, Julian. What's up?
Once you came. Go back.
We don't have much of the stream left, but you did come in time to enjoy some of it. We at least... I was considering cutting it a little bit early today because I was thinking of like showering and then getting a few things done, but it took so long for us to get to Styxia that I want to do some of Styxia, so we'll probably still be going for a little while longer.
Some think of them as manifestations
how am I doing? I'm doing great. It's a great day.
Turning the lingering obsessions of the deceased into these creatures.
That's actually the only thing about streaming this game particularly
into a specimen.
Is trying to figure out when I feel comfortable stopping it, because we'll just be in scene after scene after scene with almost no gameplay for so long. Not that that's inherently a complaint about the game. I love the story, but we'll just be in it for so long that it's like, man, I want to at least get some like dungeon crawling or something done before I actually end the stream.
Hear their whispers proves that we're fast approaching the realm of the dead.
We're not in a point of view, right? Normal teams? Normal teams, okay.
These shadowy figures. Are they illusions reflected by the River of Souls?
Oh, I remember this part. This was pretty straightforward.
Do you want to buy any fish?
Huh? He can see us?
Wait. More living people. I'm not selling my fish to
living people. You lot are too shameless. Buying fish without paying. If I ever see her again, I will...
Could it be that you're all dead souls that never achieved rest?
The Nether Realm does not exist.
Well, not for you, it doesn't. You're stuck here.
Rejects you. Me.
So, do you want to buy any fish?
But there aren't any fish nearby.
Are the fish gone? The people are gone too. I can only keep selling fish. So, do you want to buy any fish?
Apologies. I don't have much in the way of savings, but perhaps there's another way for me to release you from your suffering. Please relax. May you fall asleep peacefully amid a gentle field of flowers.
This...
I knew it. These people aren't illusions. They're the souls of the deceased. They're supposed to reach the end of the West Wind by floating down the River of Souls. Yet, they have floundered upon the shoals of the stream, unable to move forward. Did Thanatos reject them? Or perhaps they didn't really die at all?
Perhaps all of us can still use some CPR. I don't know if that would help. And I don't think they're in the same situation as me.
Are you identifying as a dead person now? Don't give up on yourself.
I have no idea. This circumstance is completely...
Maybe we should all just start preemptively identifying as dead. You know, maybe it'd be easier for us.
More living people. So that means he's seen other
We can all be the living dead now.
Could it be that these souls are stuck here due to someone's deceit?
If something is done out of goodwill, are you really gonna call it deceit?
Goodwill? I can't see anything good out of... Wait a minute. Lady Cypher?
That's me. I still belong to the land of the living as of now. Thank you very much.
Could it be that you are the living being that those souls met?
I couldn't take their behavior anymore. So I stole some things here and made up some lies there.
Grave robbing?
Just trying to give them something
Stealing from the dead?
to,
I don't know if it counts as grave robbing if you stole it from a ghost and not their dead body.
Living creatures like you that we're being misunderstood by all of them.
I think they have to have a physical body or a grave for it to be
mess
grave
this
robbing.
place is in.
I don't know what you would
These
call
souls are
stealing from the
defined by
dead
the
if they don't
nether
have a
realm.
body.
So now they're stuck in a few brief moments of their life, unable to move forward or back. Did you see those two blacksmiths on the way? They've been here for as long as the sun's been around, wailing over and over about casting a shield. Styxia is so freaky.
Then why have you come back, Lady Cypher?
Maybe it'd be like heist with a silent G in front of it, so it's kind of like Geist. Ooh.
Especially that stinky river of souls.
I might be onto something there.
But, I just discovered some stuff before I left. And I reckon you should know about it. It's about that boy who defied death. I found traces of him here.
Of course, that still sounds more like the ghost is the one doing the stealing, not you.
Oh, right. That's his name. Well, now you know. As for whether that info is actually useful...
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody wrote a story before about, like, ghosts pulling off a heist and they called it Polterheist.
So long, Grey Mystery.
Huh? She disappeared just like that?
Lady Cypher has always been a free spirit. In any case, she has brought us some valuable information. If Lord Mighty is also somewhere along the river shoals right now, then he will certainly become our signpost. After all, he's different from those wandering souls. He will find his way, even in the realm of the dead.
Mighty's just like swimming up backwards like a salmon going up the river Styx.
Don't worry, it's time for me to shine. Ornyx's Rune of Recollection is nearby. Use prayers to return the river to before it got flooded.
Let me talk to this. I don't know. Was it? I think there's 3 or 4 at each place. There's an achievement, which obviously you want achievements because achievements give you currency. But if you talk to all of these scrolls at each place, you pretty much just get free pulls. You know, very, very limited amount, little over time, but every penny counts.
Want to take some pictures?
So this one really feels like The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, where you have the past following you around.
We're inside a giant bubble.
Especially because, like, there was water involved in that one. Like, this whole area, more than any of the other ones, reminds me of Skyward Sword. See, if I walk towards that, then the treasure's gonna disappear. Yeah. But there was an achievement for it, so that's fine. I'll come back and get all that other stuff later. Time is not my friend indeed. A centurion!
Of it. You must be the foreign warriors that the Queen had mentioned, right? Since the current campaign requires the utmost care, I wasn't able to make time to welcome all of you. Please, forgive me.
Foreign warriors?
A priestess, a warrior, and a divine beast. You look identical to the blessed saviors that the Queen described.
What?
A campaign? Who are you campaigning against?
Nobody knows, as of now. Of the scouts that went ahead, only one has managed to return. He says that the land ahead is a forbidden land that should not be approached, as it is the doorway between the netherworld and the mortal realm.
Yeah, but if you're a ghost, maybe you should approach that? Because obviously being here in the mortal realm is not good for you. You know, you're past that point. You'd be happier off if you were in the land of the dead.
There is still dissension within the city. The scholars agree that this calamity was so unprecedented that it needed to be given a new designation.
An unprecedented calamity. Could it be death?
seems that you have indeed heard about this. Well, death is just one of the possibilities. It's too early to come to a definitive conclusion.
A world that has never seen death. Looks like these people lived in the Era Chrysia before the Calamity Titans descended upon the land. May I ask, where is the scout who managed to come back?
So he returned to Styxia. He only had enough left in him to last no more than half a day. However, it was his intel that convinced us to rally together. He said that he witnessed the demonic specter of an evil dragon at that treacherous land. The apparition opened its giant maw and devoured everything in sight, and thus brought Styxia that thing called death.
Styxia. An evil dragon that brings death.
It all sounds rather familiar. Wait, wasn't this part of that fable?
Sir, could I ask how the Queen and Princess are doing?
The Queen?
Real question is, could I have a mem? Like real life, I just want a mem floating around.
That the Queen had mentioned, right?
Oh, it's the same lines. Looks like he's still trapped in the moments before his death.
Leave it to me.
Does mem need to eat?
Sir, the war ended long ago. Styxia...
This is does mem need to eat?
Styxia.
Like, we know Paimon in Genshin needs to eat. She eats a lot. But mem was like recovering based on giving her memories. Like, could we just sustain mem forever by just creating new memories with her?
Difficult for this gentleman to accept reality.
I'm assuming when she returns to being Seirini, or like any form of her that is Seirini probably needs to eat.
The Maiden of War, sent here by the Queen herself.
But in mem form, could we just sustain her forever through Memoria?
Today's battle will be smooth sailing.
Because that would be, well, I guess mem is a little too intelligent to call a pet.
Never heard of this.
Right, she's a sapient being. So a friend.
Please don't take too long.
But to be a nice friend to have around that you just don't have to worry about eating. Ever.
I'm typically
like, as long as you just do new things and create memories with her, she just stays alive forever. Seems pretty convenient.
Is it over? Have we...
You don't know what Pokemon you'd want IRL? I know exactly what Pokemon I'd want IRL. Tropius. Because bananas grow from his chin. And he can fly. Or she. I mean, Tropius could be either gender, it doesn't matter. But, you know, it grows bananas, and it flies, and it's really tall.
I would still have to
you know?
embalm others, even in the realm of the dead.
It's a dinosaur that's made of plants. It probably doesn't need to eat a lot. Like, obviously, size-wise, it needs to eat a lot, but it's a dinosaur made of plants. It probably eats a combination of soil for nutrients from the soil and sunlight. Or berries, because all Pokemon eat berries for some reason. I feel like Tropius would be pretty easy to maintain, and also I get food from it without having to kill it.
Well then,
perfect Pokemon to have.
Place my trust in
I've thought of this very carefully over many, many years since Ruby and Sapphire came out.
Wait, this is... I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
Since the prophecy has
now, you can probably never bring Tropius indoors. It's pretty big. I mean, you can fit indoors. None of the... Well, I would say none of them. There's a few big Pokemon that are actually as big as they appear. Right, when you look up their actual heights and weight. But Tropius is mostly neck.
While most likely being aware of my issue.
Like, you could duck down, you could get one inside through, like, your sliding back door or whatever if you have one. You still wouldn't want to bring him indoors. I don't think he'd be happy indoors anyway. Maybe it gets particularly cold outside in the winter. Sure, it's a grass Pokemon. You lived in a desert like this, probably be fine. I don't know. Probably needs a lot of water, actually.
Was agreeable to that request.
But if I filled like a bathtub full of fresh water every day in the backyard, you'd probably be fine. Or if I got like a really big bird bath that fills itself.
Unable to rid myself of this innate curse.
Like I would assume he probably needs tons of water.
However, from this day onward,
but it also needs warmth and sunlight and probably a lot of soil. That's what I assume.
I will never make any
the diet of this Pokemon has never been properly explained. But the diet of most Pokemon have never been properly explained.
To control the flame chase journey.
They all eat like poffins and berries and stuff.
They have shifted the heavy responsibility of granting death over to me. If I ever become obsessed with executing people, they will then have ample reason to terminate the Chrysos Heir's journey.
And yet, you seem to not mind. This is quite surprising to me.
That's because the fate that we were
yeah, some Pokemon do eat each other, but
than that of an individual's life.
Even at that point, their diet's never been properly explained.
I've woven many unforeseen events into the tapestry of fate. This is but one instance.
We assume that some Pokemon have to be carnivores, other than the ones that they say specifically that some of them hunt each other. But also the humans are. We know humans eat Pokemon. There is a typical food cycle. We just don't know what the exact food web is. There are tons of Pokemon where they never specifically say which things they eat. It's just kind of left empty.
Perhaps, but I do not need a reminder from them. This memory is one that I will never forget. I really want to repay her for that trust. But why would this memory appear right now? Is this really Oryx's power?
We need to go down, okay. Oh, hey. Fight?
Could these dead monsters actually be...
If Lady Cypher is to be believed, this could be the handiwork of Lord Mighty. He's still fighting against the Black Tide.
Well, why didn't he take care of these other ones that are still standing? Or did they show up after he left? That could be possible. He could have killed these guys and then these guys showed up after he was already gone. Be late to the party.
Why are the Black Tide monsters here too? Can they swim in the River of Souls?
Even Thanatos wouldn't be able to accept Black Tide monsters into
More
the realm.
importantly, why are they feet heels?
These traces seem to suggest that anybody who trespasses
I guess
upon
these are
death
supposed to be feminine ones.
will pay a heavy price.
But why are their feet heels? They do that a lot. It's like a common design facet here.
Since the realm of the dead must remain peaceful, it's imperative that we rid the place of such
Penacony had some like really, really thick mannequin doll enemies.
Let me deal with these enemies.
Let me deal with these enemies, but then I have my team anyway. Okay, I see how it is.
Have some sunshine.
Next time it rains, I'll be there, umbrella in
Dispel the
hand.
gloom. Restore the skies.
Serenity is before me.
Me.
Here we go, because I want all my
Time
buffs
for some
first,
sweet dream. Treat her.
and then
It's nice, so
we'll
don't
explode
worry.
now.
Just close your eyes. Night falls.
And if this doesn't kill everyone, I get my energy back. Nope, it killed everyone.
All in all,
memory. The path ahead is blocked by the River of Souls again.
In that case, let's go back to the past. This miracle sure is handy.
This is yet another aspect of a Titan's divine power.
If Dan Heng was around, he'd definitely be able to raise the waters of the River of Souls into the sky.
If
Yeah,
Lady
probably.
Hysilins was still alive, I think she might be able to do that too.
There was a time where Dan Heng literally parted the waves like Moses style. This is where we go. That's going to disappear. I just want to make sure there's no chests on the side here, you know. Okay.
You seem to be able to discern both the past and the future.
Yeah, we're just cool that way. I remember when I was a kid, because my dad would watch Pokemon with us, right? Just because, like, if you're a responsible parent, my dad tried to be, at least for most of my childhood. You kind of check out the things your kids are into, make sure it's appropriate for them,
Oh, this
right?
place must have been a beautiful courtyard
And
in the past.
I would ask him, like, what Pokemon would you want? And he would just have the most practical adult answer that was also kind of funny at the same time. And he's like, I would want Bulbasaur. Now, part of it was because it was one of the few Pokemon he knew. But the other end of the answer, he said, because he could just extend a vine and I could walk him without needing a leash. And you know what? I respect that answer.
Play. Mightily for it.
Now, obviously, that applies to all plant Pokemon, but for somebody whose knowledge was very limited to just watching the show or a random movie with us, this is a pretty good answer.
From a distant land who had the misfortune of falling into the River of Souls and turned into a member of the dead.
Huh? This one seems to know that she's already dead.
Oh, I was merely speculating.
Now, the issue is, I don't think you realized how big Bulbasaur is going to become later.
And you.
He's like dog size, toy dog size at
you.
first.
You're the holy maiden of
Then he
death
becomes
from
the largest
Idumea,
of the three starters.
I'm sorry.
To be able to take
cannot
that guy
bring
for a
you
walk,
back
we'd
to
have to...
life. However,
Well, you know, he's more agile than he
should you
looks. He could
desire,
just jump over the fence. You could tell him to
can
jump
end
over.
your prolonged limbo.
I was saying, like, to take that dude for a walk without destroying the ground around him a little bit, we'd actually have to
Even if
take
you were
apart
able
our
to
fence and
revive
add a
me,
bigger gate.
I would never choose that option. That's because I didn't fall into the River of Souls by accident. Instead, I leaped into it to seek my death.
Ooh, suicidal.
Why?
If you could see the life I've led, then you would not reproach me so. My life was far too miserable. But I did not expect things to stay the same even in death. What a joke. In escaping my mortal life, I've entered a millennium of pain instead. Circe's above. What cowards humans are. For we fear both life and death simultaneously.
I'm sorry. I'm also powerless to answer that question.
That's all right, Holy Maiden.
See,
At
you ask,
least
should
you
I
are
start
able to
trying to play
respond to
Pokemon
me.
cards? I thought of making a
Please,
deck around electric and fire. Have you ever played it before?
Cersei's above.
Like, I know you like
Does
card
this
games,
count as thinking
like,
for
or
the
at least
moment I
Magic.
die?
It's a very specific kind of card game.
I have seen too many farewells.
So, I don't know, it depends, like, if it has what you like in card games.
There are those who will end their lives over what seems to be the smallest of worries.
Similar to
this power that
building a deck in Magic, though, Pokemon does tend to benefit, like, dual typing, where you make a deck that has two types. Even a lot of the starter decks are built around double typing.
Still trying to
So trying to build one around electric and fire would possibly be fine if you find the actual cards you want and find some synergies.
Placed under time's vast scales, there is no worry in this world.
You've seen it,
that
okay.
cannot be solved.
I find it fun, especially because it tries to capitalize on how Pokemon is played.
This is a wish that I've held for
right, where it's like it's a
millennium.
1v1, and you have your bench.
My mind might have changed once upon a time, if
and you can swap out Pokemon and stuff too.
With me. But I've never been more firm in my conviction.
What I would say, I don't actually know if you have the ability to say this, the ability to do this. I would say try playing Pokemon TCG. I think it's called Live now, which has lower system requirements than Pocket does on the phone. I wish the old version, TCG Online, still exists, but Live is pretty much just the new version of Online. Like it's pretty much exactly the same. Just because you can get starter decks and stuff to play with for free. But, because it's a really expensive hobby to get into, you know? Or you could go play the old Game Boy one. That emulates easy on, like, any device. Where's the... There it is. Completely lost it. I used to play the Game Boy version all the time when I was a kid, because I had it on the Game Boy. Oh, it's a fight one. But I also used to have tons of cards. Like, that was one of the few card games I actually played regularly. Like, at a certain point, I gave my brothers all my Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but I still kept playing Pokemon.
We can do it! This mortals will watch over you and guide you on your path.
guide with the Rainbow Bridge. Show me the way.
I can't thank you enough.
I actually don't think I have a character that can technically hit with a skill, do I?
Your time to shine.
Because I don't think this counts as a skill. It is the Memo Sprite skill. Okay, it does count. Cool. Cool.
Torment and doubt, farewell.
So, I kind of just want to get rid of him right away.
Don't worry.
We'll probably kill everything here too.
Good night.
Yeah, that's fine. Cool. They didn't even get to go.
All in all, not a bad memory.
But yeah, I always liked the Pokemon trading card game. It is kind of stupid now. They haven't done a reset in a while. Because right now you can only use cards as of Black and White. Black and White is the last thing that's acceptable. Everything behind that's technically out of use. Right? It's retired. There's some reprint cards. Like they did a Gen 1 reprint recently that I think is technically in use. Just anything that was put in there. They didn't reprint anything that they didn't want used. But it's gotten kind of ridiculous the way some of the Stratton decks are. Periodically, even though the old stuff's available, they'll just put out some new mechanic that's got its own counter, and those become the meta. But that's the only way they know how to solve things, is just by adding a new thing that completely replaces the old one. I kind of preferred the Gen 1 and 2 decks because everything was simpler. and you could come up with your own strategies. There weren't really Pokemon that weren't viable back then, from like a gameplay
We're not gonna return
perspective.
to the past to steal things.
In the modern Pokemon card, there are just like a lot of useless cards.
Climb even higher? There seems to be a person. Oh, more like a soul guarding it.
But how should we get up there?
Oh, do I want to do this now? Because I'm looking at the time. We need to get down there to get up there, right?
We can do it! Trust me. We can do anything!
The other problem with Pokemon is probably even worse than Magic the Gathering, though Magic the Gathering has this issue too. When new sets come out, is the scalping problem. And Pokemon is just because it's a more popular property around the entire world. And more kids want it. Which is actually, you think should be counterintuitive because kids can't pay scalping prices, but they can beg their parents to. And kids don't have patience like adults do. But Pokemon scalping is horrible. Horrible. Which is why a lot of stores, GameStop does, a lot of hobby stores are like this too. Applies regardless of the card game that you're into.
Treat our guests nicely.
But they'll have like a 1 pack per customer thing, and they'll let you get like a pack from maybe different sets, or maybe a pack from like different games. So like you could go get your Pokemon booster pack and your Magic booster pack if you're into both of them. But a lot of hobby stores have started limiting cards to a pack per customer, which is still fine, not per purchase, just per customer. If you have a whole bunch of kids and you want to get a booster pack for each kid in your family, you just bring all the kids with you, and you can get one for each kid in the family. Like, that's perfectly fine. That's a reasonable way to do it. Walmart, and I think even Target, maybe. I don't know if they've changed it, but they don't have that policy, and people just get away with stuff all the time. Like, I even saw a picture recently. New Mega Evolution deck came out, or pack came out, and this dude just had a car filled with it because he was gonna flip it. And I'm like, that's disgusting. If you're into the game, you want to play it, that'd be one thing. But the fact that you're just there to flip all those cars is disgusting.
Have some sunshine. Mimi. Again. Rise and shine. Look, there's even a platform lift over there.
Yeah, you know, we'll just keep going. We're just gonna follow the trail. I don't want to get distracted. I don't want to end up hunting for treasures and having to backtrack to redo the puzzle to get to where I'm going.
The past has been left behind, but none of its treasures remain inside.
I'm crying.
Do we go up? Is that where they want us to go? Because the door's like there. Yeah, that door. That's where they want us to go. Got it. The other one was the door we came from.
Wait, what if the miracle suddenly loses its effect?
Mem, do you really want me to answer that?
Mem, you can fly. I don't think casters can die, as far as I know. And, well, I think my character's technically already dead. Oh, he becomes a real person when we go into the past. That's interesting. I didn't notice that last time. But we gotta talk to his ghost.
Stay back. Don't come any closer.
But yeah, the Trailblazer, he'd be fine.
Near me.
Man, like the first place we went, we got hit by a trolley and went flying. And then we just kind of like got up and walked it off.
Is he actually scared of his own extraordinary power?
One of the responses too is like, good thing I maxed out my defense, or put all my points in the defense or whatever.
There's no need to be alarmed. We're just passing by the area. See?
Our character's kind of a brick.
Threatening.
You have a point. Although, while this might once have been the royal vault, it's since been plundered empty. So please go away right this instant.
And I guess even if there was some liquid from the river down there, we're in a weird state. We probably actually could stick our feet in and not die at the moment.
We simply heard your shouts as we were passing by, then decided to come over to find out what happened.
My goodness.
Mem can't touch it though. She has to stay
Did I really
flying.
yell out loud? How rude of me. I'm sorry to have bothered you. I merely saw a warrior. While that spirit didn't harm me, his blows really packed a hefty punch.
A warrior? Could it be?
Wait a minute. You seem to be quite different from him. Are you actually alive? How can you walk around here while alive?
It's a long story. We're here to seek an audience with Thanatos.
Thanatos? Who's that?
Is it possible that he's also living in the era before death descended?
Death? Could it be that you are here to defeat the evil dragon Pollux?
Pollux? Is that the embodiment of No. Death?
According to the warriors under the Centurion's command, that evil dragon has been dead for quite a while. The curse that condemns people to death didn't originate from it. But they saw a girl within the dragon's embrace, and she is the true Reaper.
Pray tell, where is that girl right now?
I've heard that the Queen spared no effort in bringing her
death
back to the
things.
castle. Her Majesty intends to control all of Amphorius with this unprecedented power. As for whether this rumor is true, well, no one knows.
You have my thanks for the invaluable insight that you've given us. Please, treat this touch as a token of my gratitude.
You... Are you... Thank you.
This is his...
Memories, maybe? Kind of looks like a memory bubble.
Then you granted him death? That isn't like you. You would have refused.
So I've been
even if
considering
I
something,
commanded
and
you to do so.
I think what we're gonna do. We got unlucky, and other people would say we got lucky with my pulls recently.
Believing that I wouldn't be racked with
But
agony.
we got unlucky for what I wanted. Since we got the third as light cone way too quickly, and didn't get any dance out of it.
Sympathy for that youth who triumphed
I don't know if I
in
want to
every
continue
battle.
pulling. Like, getting more
That young man
Herd of
is
light
here
cones
with my
wouldn't be
twin.
bad. Actually, getting more light cone
that will defeat
for
any
March
mortal
wouldn't be
enemy
bad
with a
either. If
single
I
blow.
were to superimpose it, she would just get more HP, which is the #1 stat she needs. So that wouldn't be the worst idea. But at this point, because we do get limited supplies,
However, now that
I do
death has
kind
descended
of want to
upon the
work
mortal
towards
realm,
Cyrene, since I think she's probably going to be the next
divine
patch.
swordplay also means
So
can see
I
others
think
to
what we're
death
going to do is we're going to use the pulls we
In
get
other words,
on pulling Eidolons
that he's
for
similar
Evernight.
to you.
Especially because her E1 would make her a lot more viable in most game modes.
since he
But
can
if we
never be
lose
inferior
it
to others in
at
martial
any
combat,
point,
death
we
would
just
be
save
the
for
inevitable
Cyrene because we'll
outcome
be on
every time he
guarantee.
strikes.
Right, if we lose the 50-50. I
That's
think
why he
that's the route we
approached
go.
me and pleaded for me to put an end to all of this.
You are perhaps feeling lost.
Speaking of luck,
from making your peace with
it's a
death.
crazy thing. So, was it yesterday or the other day? It's like a day or two ago. I ended up getting E2
Peace with death.
of
I've seen
Saber
the
on my
people
main
of
account.
Idonia stand tall and proud in the face of
One
death.
of 50-50. That I already thought was kind of crazy because I didn't know if we were going to hit that.
They were already
I have no idea when her
content with the
banner's
lives that they
ending, but I'm
lived.
trying to get as much Saber as I can until they end the collab.
Proud expressions.
The lucky part is, though, this morning
Expressions that
when I was
made
doing
me
my dailies,
believe death would be an insult to these mortals.
or actually I was doing my
If the
weeklies, right?
concept
We
is
get our
truly the power that a god
bonus
had
pulls
carelessly cast
from
down
Divergent
upon the
Universe
world.
and everything else that you do on your weekly.
Perhaps death's authority
Within
was
4
never meant to
pity,
exist
4
in
pity
this world.
from the last Saber, 4 pulls, I got Saber's third idol.
How I shouldn't exist.
Won the 50-50 too. So now I'm sitting on an E3 S1 Saber. I'm kind of like just casually hitting
Listening to a story.
1,000,000 damage on her ults when I have all the buffs running.
It's a fairy tale from foreign lands, told by the person who brought you to me in that ice field long ago.
Don't really know how to feel about
A
this.
tale told by the queen
Kind of happy
of
though.
Styxia.
What?
But I'm also kind of glad that on my main account I didn't get baited by Dance Dance Dance. Like I haven't been sitting here trying to pull for another Herd of Light Cone or something. I've been keeping to only pulling for Saber until she's maxed out.
I've already had an inkling for a while now. But I honestly have no memories of Styxia. My memories only begin.
But if my luck holds up at this rate, I might actually get E6 Saber before they decide to end the collab, whenever those banners do finally go away. So that's kind of cool.
Don't look back.
Cool.
Keep moving forward. Always.
Hello, butterfly.
It's yet another eulogistic butterfly. Are we getting closer to the Netherrealm?
Oh, there's a bug. Let me grab the bug. I need somebody who can shoot him, right? From here? There we go. That one made you work a little harder than the average one did. Anyhow, okay, so I wanted to get out of that room. I wanted to get a space anchor so I could remember where we were, where to get back to. Yes, it'll be very easy for me to know because I have not opened this part of the map. So it will just tell me to come back here. We're gonna do a couple things. We're gonna go get our title Ambrosia. We're gonna see if we have anything in
Let's not leave March 7th out of the loop.
Achievements. We do not. Okay. we're going to look at our As I've Written, because we do have time to look at the As I've Written and catch up on that. And then after the As I've Written, we'll do whatever polls we have, and I'm ending the stream. So at most, maybe there's like 10 minutes left on it. Just because I do have other things I need to be doing before Super Serial Showtime later today. How much do we have to go through? 3. Okay, cool. That's not going to take long at all. I was afraid we'd have like 6 or something.
On the leaves, the rustling wind plays a melody. As the girl looks over this courtyard petite and exhales, gently dispersing the palm-held blessings. The entire yard is lit softly, like a dandelion bathed in sunlight.
Is this courtyard a tad too small?
It's okay, Clementine. As long as it provides warmth and plenty.
The girl makes the courtyard tidy, and in the Evernight lands outside the holy city, there is now a light curing souls' maladies. The girl's skills can bring forth miracles, but today she welcomes a patient quite special.
Welcome to the Twilight Courtyard. How can I help you?
The gravely patient shakes their head.
The end times are coming, and we all wander more and more. Oh, you may heal our wounds, but you cannot cure despair.
The girl watches the patient leave.
I mean, you could try not disparaging.
Her heart swells in sorrow.
Clementine, prepare some things with me. I want this place to be brighter tomorrow.
The redhead child takes the girl's hands.
Long time no see, Hyacinth. Are you here in Akama for a visit, or do you need help from us?
The girl recounts her needs.
I want some shining things, even if they are considered junk.
Multicolored paper bags, crystal clear glass, cottons variously dyed, and the jingling wind chimes. The girl brings them back to the courtyard and spares no effort to decorate all around. And when some fireflies wander in, the girl is all smiles.
Little ones, thank you for your light.
The patient returns here and opens their eyes wide. Multicolored dreams on the rooftop now reside, and the lawns contain the sweet whispers of sunlight. A soft breeze passes with no hint of cold, only serving to wake the playful chimes and ocarinas of delight.
Wow, there's light everywhere.
Ocarina of Delight. That sounds like a parody spin-off of Ocarina of Time.
By the grove, and people with empty hearts visit in droves. The girl prepares candies and tea and listens to every visitor's complaints. People say there was once a star called the sun in the sky, but now that star is no longer there. People say that Aquila took away the world's light, but they still left behind a heart bright to illuminate this happy dream in the night. Like the blizzards in the month of mourning doth calamity fall, burying warmth and dawn's calls. Orderless tides swallow up the grove of reason, and that tiny healing haven is also extinguished, broken and barren. When the girl far from home hears of such grave news, the wind brings to her a moment of confusion, but it also evaporates the tears that briefly sparkle into being, and the girl still smiles, bright and happy. Soon, the people of Akama see once again the girl collecting more pieces and tokens, wanting to rebuild that pure haven. But she never realized that wherever she stood, she herself was that holy courtyard, that light-filled haven.
Cool, cool. There's 1 out of 3 down. There's another Simpsons movie coming out.
Evil curse. Her
But why,
hand
though?
dips into lethal cinnabar and white lead to personally decorate the faces of the dead. Her skills are
Is
said
it
to
another
bestow
anniversary?
beauty on anyone, even
Because I don't remember exactly when the first Simpsons movie came out, but it seems like it's been almost 20 years. So I wouldn't be surprised if, while the movie came out on an anniversary, like the 30th anniversary or something, was it 20th anniversary? The first movie came out on some anniversary of The Simpsons. I wouldn't be surprised if they're also putting this one on the anniversary of that movie.
And even pillows in
2007? Yeah, that sounds about right.
As if she can hear the responses of these non-living things.
I remember seeing it in theaters.
Lived in isolation. Out of courtesy, this is how I practice my words.
It's like the funny thing about the Simpsons movie is one of my closest friends growing up. Actually, I'm still just like really close to his family in general. They're like a second family to me. His former sister-in-law, the one, I say former because she's not his sister-in-law anymore. His brother had a divorce. But his former sister-in-law at the time was the manager of our local Cinemark. She had a lot of power. She's like, I don't think she was the general manager, but she had the power basically of one. She was like
It is an exaggeration.
the night manager for the Cinemark.
People only found an ancient lion
And we get like display stuff from it all the time after they were done, because all Cinemark does with it is throw it out. They don't keep it, they dispose of it. It's kind of sad that a lot of the cool display stuff just gets thrown away. At one point we actually got one of those big tarp banners for Captain America, I think Civil War. That was later on though. That led to the box, completely different story. But at this time, as the movie was running out, they had to get rid of the couch with the Simpsons on it because they had big displays of the Simpsons characters, kind of life-size, actually a little larger than life. And we, not us, they, technically, I had nothing to do with this, but I did appreciate it the entire time. Her father-in-law looks a lot like Homer. Like they physically share a lot of phenotypical aesthetics. So she took the Homer to the house, and for a good time he was sitting, I think, inside one of the rooms. But for the longest time, I think even to this day, Homer's still sitting in their backyard, on their back porch, not on the couch. They couldn't keep the couch. I think they have him sitting on like a metal chair, maybe some crates or
Power
whatever.
of time
He's missing his arm now.
Boundless.
Like
But
the
there
one
is
that I think went
one
behind
thing that it
Marge.
cannot conquer.
Death is abominable.
The arm is still there. It's just not attached to him. They could reattach it if they really wanted to. But he's weathered. It's been, you know, well over a decade since that movie. But yeah, Homer's still there. It's kind of cool.
Hears this in distress, then tries to teach her the art of weaving and threads. It has been said that the maiden has works that the holy city possesses. But this is the judgment the Gold Weaver expresses.
Ah, well. None can know.
These are taking slightly longer to read than I thought they were. You can get slightly over 10 minutes from when I said how much was left in this stream. Because I still have an access. I just, you know, I underestimated how long it takes them to read these things. I did just get the message that Marsupial is on his way home. So, he will likely already be set up by the time the show starts. Unless traffic is stupid for some reason, he will not be starting the show from his car.
The grove's territory. I saw the spell the professor carved on his body. The youth with white hair was beside himself in joy. It must be a power most secret, a means for one man to stand against 1,000. That spell was rare indeed, for it was a secret way to overturn a cart of hay. The scholar was still a mortal body, as yet to snatch life from death, or to reforge a new flesh through a god's remedy. Various minute tricks and parody, he studied them all, crafting schemes oh so busy. For everyone knows, he wishes not to use the divine power that is his, refusing rightful custody. And in that unwitnessed moment of his death, final tragedy, he still held the hay cart spell steady, standing alone, facing the evil enemy. Now, that craft is regarded as a magnificent study, not because of what it was, but because of its purpose.
I'm trying to think of some of the stuff we should be talking about today. I haven't looked at the news, so there might be new stuff. Maybe I'll bring up the fact that you said there's going to be a Simpsons movie. I probably would have saw that once I started digging through the headlines. Some of the stuff we watched recently, probably going to wrap up Rory Rocks because it ended. Probably going to wrap up City because City ended. City was great.
One day, he suddenly changes his tune.
Creation.
I watched The Naked Gun.
And slavery is the Titan's
through illegitimate means, but still, I watched it. So I'll probably talk about that. I'm trying to think about other things that we've watched recently, though.
When the servants have all been recycled, he deigns not to explain, fearing to waste his reason or muscle. So he jokingly concludes the question with a chuckle.
If it's just for odd jobs, students...
Oh, we also watched the new Karate Kid movie.
The way he addresses himself comes from elsewhere, an imitation of a divine machine.
So we'll probably talk about that. I've got mixed opinions on it.
He happily answers 5 questions.
I forgot that came out on Saturday.
Knowledge seemingly given with stingy care.
For a wise one, 5 answers reveal creation's secrets. The truth.
I think I want to say the Sakamoto Days season ended. I want to say I saw the last episode of it. I'm not sure though. I'll have to go check. I want to wrap that up after I've seen it.
In fact, the scholar's crafty snare.
The last thing I watched seemed like it was a season finale because it seemed like it was leaving the setup for like when it's going to start back up. But there might have been another episode, so maybe I'll check after I close this out. I don't have time to watch it, but I'll check.
The scholar never looks at laws and measurements, ignoring the flow and shift of time's passage.
Most of the stuff that I've been watching ended, but that makes sense. It is the end of the summer season.
Why? Obviously to...
So usually this week was the last week for anything that ran during the summer season. This upcoming week is when the fall season usually starts. I know Ranma is probably going to be on our regular schedule.
The stubborn assistant interjects.
Because I really like Ranma. I don't know what else is in this season yet. I haven't looked at what's running, so we'll see what else we end up talking about long term for the rest of the season. I know there's a few things we're waiting on that are coming back. I just don't know when they are.
The gossip flows into the scholar's ear. He silently gives a grade to every...
Forgot there was a new Karate Kid. Everyone forgot there was a new Karate Kid.
None know the true answer.
And I'm probably going to explain why it's an okay idea that everybody forgot that there's a new Karate Kid. That's probably going to be a decent chunk of the show. Okay, more paths have been lit. What is a god? Exactly. Someone like me. Here we go. Flex. This is a good question, though, because the word God means a lot of different things at a lot of different places and points in time. But that's more of a problem with language anyway, right? There's a lot of similar concepts and stuff that people talk about, and words just get borrowed when translating. That's more of what it comes down to. Ooh, that's quite a bit. Not enough for a 10 pull. We're quite a bit shy for that, so we have to do everything individually. Probably only have like what? I don't know if that's like 6 pulls. Yeah, the 6 pulls. Did that math in my head. Simple math. Anybody should be able to do at all. That's not impressive. Okay, let's blow all 6 pulls on Evernight. I think that's what we're gonna do. Like I was talking before, our goal right now is to either get Eidolons for her and keep going until that's not the case anymore. This is what they call building pity, which you should only ever do if you're okay with every single possible outcome when building pity. I cannot stress that enough. Do not build pity when you do not want the character. That's stupid. Just save instead and pull on the next banner. I don't care what the 4 stars are. But we're going to be building pity on Evernight. If we get her E1, great. If not, we're on guarantee, and we just save until Cyrene's banner comes out. Good plan, great plan. Realistically, we're probably not going to get anything but at most a 4-star anyway, which I don't even think we're going to get one. Just because we were at, I don't know, functionally no pity. So, yeah. But that's fine. That's how this works. We don't have anything here, do we? At the bottom? Nope. Okay, cool. Another thing to look forward to, coming up soon, monthly reset. So, there'll be 5 of each of these on Wednesday. So We'll use those for polls. But that's it. That's been the stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. Fizz here basically the whole time, but the other people have come and gone too. Lurkers, and anybody who ends up watching all of this in the future on the VOD. Thank you for watching. And if you're into that kind of thing, maybe stop by in, an hour and a half for Super Serial Showtime, where we talk about movies, shows, sometimes comics and novels, depending on what's in the news or we want to talk about. Sometimes it's comics just because the conversation gets derailed into that direction anyway. Yeah, that show starts about an hour and a half if you're watching this live. If you're in the past, 7 Mountain time? That's 9 Central currently. But if you like the preloader, which has a bunch of skits and stuff that I did back in the day, that will start in an hour. At what is that? 8:30 Central. Central is usually the time that I like to put things on. Also because Arizona time keeps jumping. Anyway, catch you guys later.